Good evening, members of Spiritually Cryptid Encounters. How's everybody doing today? Uh, I'm here with cousin Jessie.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. Hope it is a good show today.
Uh, yes, I hope everybody had a great day, a great afternoon. I don't know if anybody got to see the little presentation I gave of the picture of yin yang earlier in the afternoon. There were some people that was checking it out. I want to send a shout out to Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on Facebook to all the members that are in the group. Shout out to all the members of 8CS895 or 865, one of those two, for TikTok, where I got a lot of my short reels. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing great. So, what do you think about the? We can do a little recap from last night's show. It was
Yeah, that was
pretty
fun. That'd be
pretty
fun.
interesting, man. I've seen a lot of people been viewing it. Since we're doing the lives like this, a lot of people are viewing it and liking it, saying it was an interesting show. But that's what we bring to the table here in Spiritual Cryptid Encounters.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Um, we just bring it and we just go with the flow of things. That's the way it always was. Even when things were happening back home, we just go with the flow of things. Something crazy is happening, we face it. Face the fears or the noises or whatever's trying to get our attention. We'll face it head on. Whether it's spiritual or physical.
I was just wondering what happened with that guy that was in the middle of that field that he said that the animals were acting strange and then all of a sudden he was hearing footsteps all around him.
Yeah. Well, there is wild animals out there at nighttime. If the animals were going crazy, could have been a wildcat, a cougar, or something out there, or a wolf. But if he was hearing footsteps directly around him and there's nobody there, then we know that it has to be either something
Yeah.
paranormal or possibly demonic activity. Because that's one of the things I love to do is make you hear sounds. And he was hearing sounds last night. He was hearing footsteps. What else was he hearing, cousin? Or just the
He, he,
footsteps?
he said he was hearing like little noises, but he wasn't sure what they were. And the one that was also getting scratches and knocks was Navia's angel.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of people on the feed hearing stuff in their homes. I think
Hmm.
somebody said that they told whatever was there to leave their house and they heard the footsteps running downstairs.
That was
Who was
Navia
it?
angel. That
They
was
was
Navia's
angel.
angel.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it was a
And
weird night last night, man.
yeah.
When you right after you made that the lechusa sound, man, that's when everything went like haywire, man. Even I started hearing stuff here over here. I just didn't say nothing, man.
You were hearing stuff. What were you hearing, cousin?
I was hearing like somebody walking, and then I thought I saw somebody standing in the hallway, and I just looked and started laughing. Then my dogs started crying, so I sent them outside. I haven't let them in the house all day, man.
I put a comment. Hello.
That's
Yeah,
it.
there was a lot of strange activity last night. I mean, that's what happens. And I'm sorry. I'm going to apologize right now because that whistle it attract
Yeah.
things, and I'm going to tell you why it attracts things because something happened to me today that I was sharing with cousin Jesse, but I'm going to share that later on during the live feed when there's more people. I'm going to share what happened to me today. Where you ever heard that saying where there's an action, there's always a reaction. That's why you have to be careful of the things that you do because things can happen spiritually if you leave a spiritual opening. And the whistle that I made yesterday, the sound. Well, tell them about why you shouldn't make that sound, cousin.
You shouldn't make that sound, especially. at the time that he made it, it was around two something in the morning because that invokes the spiritual and demonic presences that are around. They're always around. They're always listening, and that's like a call for them to come and start messing with stuff. Like when I did it, when I first did it, when I was in Mexico, that old lady tried to come and take my eyes, man. The
So when
lechusa.
you were in Mexico, we got Jennifer McAllister here. How you doing,
Welcome,
Jennifer?
Jennifer. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I was like 5 or 6, man, and my dad went and left us in the hills of Matamoros, and my first day passed by whistling, and I whistled back, and my cousins got scared. Hey, you shouldn't do that, especially not at night because they're gonna come and she's gonna come back and try to take your eyes. And said and done, man. That very night, I saw a hand come in through the door and was searching the bed where I usually slept, but I was one step ahead, and I was in the middle of the hut on the floor.
He's talking about the homes in Mexico. He was staying in a hut, brothers and sisters, whoever's here tuning in. Tell them how the huts were, how they were made of.
They
Like
were
there's no, they're not made out of wood. It's just a hut. What is
they,
it made out of?
these huts were made out of adobe with a straw roof covered in mud, and there was no running water. There was no light. They had propane gas, and they had outhouses in the back. We got our water from a pond in the middle of the village, and we
So there
strained
was
it
no
to be
windows
able to
there.
drink.
Was there windows?
No, the hut didn't have windows. They had a front door and a back
That's
door,
it.
and they were half doors. In other words, you could open the whole door, or you could open the top door or the bottom of the door. But you can open one or the other, or open the whole door at night to get a
Fresh
breeze
breeze.
through the hut. They would close the front door and open the top of it, leaving the bottom closed so that nothing would crawl in. And then by the back door, which was where the bed was, where we slept, they would open the top of the half of the door to let the breeze go through the house, man, at night. And I heard something.
It wasn't like the desert where you stayed, or was it mountains?
It was in the mountains, pretty much. I mean, it was high in the mountains to the point that a truck would come once a month with supplies.
How you
Hi,
doing,
Morgan.
Sister Morgan?
And you got what you needed. If you ran out of supplies, man, before the month was up, then we had to hunt. I hated hunting, man, because I was always the bait. I was the one that would go slap the javelinas in the ass and then
What?
run. Yeah, I was the bait. Since I was the fastest runner, I would have to go bait the javelinas to chase me, and I would make them follow me to the trap.
Javelinas is talking about wild boars, brothers and sisters.
Hi,
Like
Alex.
the So that you had to hunt the wild boar,
Yeah,
kill the wild boar, and then clean it to be able to cook it to eat.
yeah. Like I said, I was a bait, primo. I would have it chase me to the ambush spot, and once I passed the ambush spot, my cousins would jump out of the trees with spears and spear it on the way down and kill it. And what they would make out of that was like they cook it, and mostly we ate what they called masa de jabalin. They would mix the meat in with some kind of flour, and that's what our diet was, man. I mean, there was no sodas or nothing over there. You drank water, or you drank té de hierba de venado. That's what we would go collect the herbs
The herbs.
and bring them back, and they would boil them and make a tea out of it. For money, we would trap birds, man. Cardinals, blue jays, anything we could trap
For
to
the
sell.
perfume, right? To make perfumes, the cardinals.
No, no, to sell. We would sell the birds
So
and get. That's how we would get money for the groceries, man. I mean, we didn't have no running water, man. We had to walk, I think, 2 miles to the river to bathe, like Indians, man, like Indians. We'd bathe at the river, and then we'd walk back to the house, man.
well, what was the location you were at in Mexico?
Las Norias Curias.
Las Norias Curillas.
Hmm. And they call them Las Norias because a Noria is like a pond, man. We had a Noria in the little village where we lived, and when it rained, that's where the water would collect. and we would get the fresh water to drink from there. You weren't allowed to bathe in it or nothing because that was our
Was there
drinking
fish
water.
there too?
Hi, real man, huh?
Was there fish
No,
or
not in
no?
there. It was just drinking water, man.
Drinking water.
Yeah.
Jennifer McAllister said, "You was the bait." LOL. Love your heart. If you didn't mind asking, what decade
Hi,
was
Morgan.
this? Morgan said, "What decade it was this in the 70s?"
It was 1975, Morgan. I was 8 years old, I believe, or somewhere on there, because I'm from, just seeing, 1, 2, 3.
So
I was 7 years old.
How'd you wind up there, cousin?
Well, those were my dad's family, man. The Rivas. 'Cause my dad was related to his mom was last name was Rivas.
Rivas.
Uh, and he went and left us over there after him and my mom split up. And yeah, we grew up over there. Hi, Benny, how you doing? But yeah, man, I was the bait,
How you
man.
doing, Ben?
uh, Primo, I showed up over there, Primo, wearing silk shirts with Britannian bell bottom pants with platform shoes. Came back without a shirt and shorts with no shoes, man. The shoes I had, I used to have put a palm tree, the thing from the palms from the palm tree. I used to put those through the loops to tie my shoes.
Oh, so you were civilized. Not civilized. You were
We were living
like
like
Tarzan
Indians. We were
then.
living like Indians, primo. For real, man, like Indians. I was so dumb, man, that
Talking about
here I
old
was
school right there. That's an old school way of living.
here when I was going to school here, I was in the third grade. I went to school over there, man. They kicked me out of kindergarten. I was too dumb. I didn't know how to sharpen a pencil with a razor blade without cutting myself.
Golly. So I expect you to sharpen a pencil with a razor blade.
Yeah, they didn't have pencil sharpeners. You had to do it, and then it was those square pencils, man. Not the round pencils I was used to. It was the carpet nose pencils, man. Is what they used.
Yeah. So the chalkboard was the ground or what?
They
Did it
had
draw with a
a
stick on the
chalkboard,
ground or
man, but
something?
uh, man, it's been so long since I remembered back there. Have you seen the movie the 13th Warrior? The scene
Yeah.
where they're all washing their face and everybody's washing their face, rinsing and spitting back into the thing, and everybody's using the same water. That's what would happen over there, man. We'd wake up in the morning, we'd form a line, and they would get one thing of water, man, and everybody washed their face with that, man. And you had people spitting and blowing boogers in it, man. So you didn't want to
Ah,
be the last person, man, to wash your face, man.
golly. So the lechusa that you seen with which is well, the lechusa was a manifestation that the witch took, the bruja. Uh,
Yes.
how many people get attacked that you know of when you lived there that they would say they seen a lechusa, or was she there all the time just causing chaos
Let,
and havoc?
let's just say, man, that nobody slept near the open doors. I mean, they had the bed there, but nobody would sleep right by the door. They would sleep at the edges of the beds. And, like my dad's grandma, she lived there. And I always, like, after that happened, man, if I was on the floor, I was sleeping over there at her house. And I would always sleep in a different place so that that damn old lady wouldn't get me.
Yeah, them
Uh,
witches are wicked as hell, brothers and sisters. We're talking about dark witches. Now, this witches
Jennifer,
will come after children. Uh, they will come after children, and some were successful in apprehending the children.
no, Jennifer, there wasn't love in the family because after a while, since we were just left there, we became a burden. And they started physically and mentally abusing people. Well, me and my siblings. Because my dad, he would come when he left us there. He would come every weekend, and then every weekend turned into like every other weekend. Then it turned into once a month, and then he just quit coming. He just left us there abandoned.
So how did you wind up back in the States?
My grandfather went and got us from there, man, and brought us back this way. My
It
grandfather
wasn't your
Gilbert.
dad.
No, my dad just quit going. Like he forgot about us, man, that we
Yeah,
were there.
I remember that, man. When when they got separated because I guess your dad he was hitting on your mom, hitting.
Yeah, my dad wasn't a good guy, man. My dad wasn't a good guy at all.
I remember that. And then I remember when he got you in the vehicle and y'all left, man. Uh, and I didn't see you there for a while. I thought you had gone back to Fort Worth.
No, man. He was to tell you the truth, bro, cousin. He would always be hiding us, man, telling us that the welfare was looking for us, and he would hide us. It wasn't until now that I'm grown that I figured it out, man, that it wasn't the welfare that was looking for us. It was my mom, and he was hiding us so she wouldn't take us.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
that's
because
just
your mom would
family
always. I
trauma,
remember your
man.
mom would always cry, man. I remember she would cry because she didn't know where you were at and stuff like that. I remember because they were always meet up in Grandpa's house, and she was always crying, and then she moved on with her life, but y'all were gone there for a while till you all resurfaced up later on.
You want to know something funny, cousin? I was 14 when my mom came back into the picture, and we were working. Well, my brother Joe and Gilbert were breakdancing on some cardboard, man, and I was helping my dad fix a truck. Then a yellow and white truck with a camper pulled up, and I recognized her immediately. Primo, I hadn't seen her since I was 5, but as soon as I seen her, I recognized her immediately. My dad went pale. He was brown skinned, man, and he went pale when she walked up on him, man. But let's get back on with the show, cousin.
Yeah, I mean it's
Hi,
okay,
Al Gore.
man. We're just talking about it, man. It's something that happened. I just remember certain parts and pieces
Well,
because
yeah,
I
man.
was I
My
was, I was younger than you.
my little brother Gilbert was 6 months old when she left, man. He was
Your
like
brother
what?
Al.
She was like 10 years old when she came back into the picture. And that whole time that she was gone, my grandmother had told my little brother Gilbert that she was dead. And when she came into the picture, he was really confused. He didn't know what to do. But anyway,
Yeah, I remember when y'all came back, man, and it's just y'all been through a lot, man. You were like way different than how we were because we were there when my mom was real strict, but y'all were like they had that tough love. Got raised in the streets and stuff,
¿qué
which
pasa?
makes
Quiz,
you
big
different.
homie, ¿cómo estás?
Makes you different than everybody else. You know about how to survive. It was about survival.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Smurfy, I was 5 years old and I had to raise my two little brothers, man. My dad would leave and I was the one that had to change my little brother and give him his formula and keep my other brother out of trouble because he was always running around getting dirty, man.
El Chukis.
They're chukis.
Yeah, man. It's like you know when y'all came back, it was just we just got reacquainted and stuff like that.
You know that the last memory I have of y'all, man, when we stayed with your mom, that he went and left us there at your house, was us sitting in front of the black and white TV, all with towels wrapped around our necks, waiting for Batman to come on.
We used to watch Batman all the time, man.
Yep.
We would play with those towels and stuff.
Yeah,
We like
Smurfy.
Batman around it. Yeah.
I didn't really have a childhood, man. I've always had to be the big brother.
And saying that. You know,
Lechusas, they're
the
evil.
lechusas. So how you say you were how old when you encountered the lechusa? I mean, what is a whistle that you did that attracted her?
Mm.
Because you
She,
hear
she passed
something.
she passed by in front like this, flying in front of us like that. She almost hit us, and it went like that. And I did it
Yeah,
back, man. And my cousins were like, "No, don't do that. It's gonna come back and take your eyes." I said, "What's gonna come back? I'll fight anything." But I was already scared, man. But yeah, it passed by like something like that. I can't whistle to save my life because
I can't
if
do
you
it
had
because the last time I did it, we had all kinds of activity
if you get
last
a
night.
gun and point it to my head and tell me to whistle, you might as well shoot me because it ain't gonna. I ain't got no teeth, man. I can't whistle.
He said the booty call version of the whistle.
He's your carnal. He wants some choncho in ese.
So she only attempted to come Trump to come and grab you once, or did she try several times?
She tried several times, cousin, but like I said, I would always if I wasn't in the middle of the hut in my at my aunt's place, I was sleeping with my dad's sister on her cot, away from the doors. So it was either in one of the huts, but away from where she could get to me, man.
You know, lechusas is another word for them would be harpies, like a
Hmm.
harpy. You know, but it's a witch,
Yeah, I love Batman too, Jennifer. He was my favorite.
and that's what the topic is tonight. We're talking about brujas, lechusas, brujas, and the wicked things that can happen when they're around. They're very conniving. Just put it that way.
My
Uh,
my grandma's sister that was a curandera, man. I used to hate going to her house, man, because yo siempre vivía malo de empacho, and I hated going there because I already knew I was gonna get tortured, man. Have you ever been cured for empache, primo?
yeah, yeah. Like they put the
They,
oil and then they pull your skin. Yeah,
yeah, and I always had real tight skin, man. So it was just torture.
uh, that's a form of what he's talking about is when you get like bloated, right? Like bloated or constipated because of something that you ate, right? That's something like that. And they rub you with oil and then they pull your skin, tug your skin to release some of the pressure or something like that.
You're welcome, Jennifer.
You're welcome, Sister Jennifer. So that's what we're talking about. You know, last night we had all kinds of activity, and I had some things happen during the day today, but I'm going to talk about that later on tonight. I'm just letting cousin Jessie have the floor right now.
No,
Uh,
Alex. I don't know Mark Sanchez from El Paso. He's from New Mexico. I have a family in El Paso on my stepmother's side, but their last name is Estrada, man. They're in El Chuco.
Sanchez. Yeah, we need some Sanchez's back home. Mark Sanchez.
And I
I
really
have a
don't want to know Dirty Sanchez either.
Dirty Sancho.
Dirty Sanchez.
Yeah, this brujeria. That's another thing that I put there. Brujeria, witchcraft.
Well,
Uh,
the only witch that I knew personally, Primo, was Juan's grandmother, Juan Cheese. His grandmother was a witch, man, and she worked with a bunch of people there in Raymondville, man. She did a lot of stuff to people, and they would use black candles with cobras painted on the candle. And Juan would say that if like he had an issue with somebody, he would burn that candle and show up in that person's dream and start messing them up with the snake, and then he would get sick and die.
oh wow. So she was a dark witch.
Yeah, she was a dark witch. Dude, she when she was dying, she suffered a lot, Primo, from all because of all the misdeeds she did to people. She suffered a lot, man. She was dying for like 2 years and she wouldn't die. She couldn't even talk or move anymore, man. But yeah, the last time I saw her, man, she mumbled my name and then she started laughing and called me, made fun of my last name. So that day when I walked out, I took off my shoes and shook the dirt from her yard off my feet, and I left, and she died that night. But yeah, she was a pretty evil person, man. She would transform into the just by looking at her, man. You could tell that when people would say that she transformed into a lechusa, you could tell it was true, man, because of the way her face and body looked, man. She had like a birdish kind of face, and her body was bloated, man, but she had a long neck, man.
So she was always transforming into a lechusa.
Yes, and she
What was
thought
her name?
I can't remember her name. I just knew that she was Juan's grandmother. And one of her sons is I don't know if he's still alive. El Mudo, you remember El Mudo, the one that was always taking care of Juan, was his uncle. And he wouldn't talk, man, and he never aged, man. I met him when I was like 16, 17 years old. When I was in my early 20s, man, he still looked the same, and he had not aged. I started thinking he might have been a familiar.
The familiar.
Hmm.
They said that witches normally have familiars with them. Somebody said mi suegra, Alex.
Alex. She's gonna get you, Alex. Te voy a charlar con la suegra, vato, porque ya sabes, te sale cola.
Yeah, I remember that lady. There was a lot. You can always tell which ones they are because they have this spiritually. They have the way they act by itself. It just you can feel the energy coming up from them that they do negative works just by the way their posture is. You know how they act. They don't act with love because the things they do is out of hatred. You know, and chaos and division, and it's wicked things that they do. So they really don't know how to act with a person with a love foundation because that's not them. You know, they're evil, and that's what they do is follow the orders that are being sent to them to do maldas, to do wrong to people. Hey, Papa, give me some chochon. Yo, Papa.
you know who was they said was also a bruja, and I hope this doesn't get out to the people. Tia Maggie's mom.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Gat Gatos locos forever, vato.
Viva la onda.
Hey, how did you get on here, Pope?
Where's Miklo? What happened to Miklo? Ese?
¿Dónde está el gallo negro, vato loco? But yeah, no, man, that lady just when you walked in her house, man, you could feel that vibe, man. As soon as you walked into the front door, man, you could feel negative energy in that house, man. I
Hey,
don't even know
Papa,
how.
Papa, when you were locked up, did you ever encounter the la lechusa in there? The goose for the tortones?
Hello, corn rolling fishing.
So you will always feel the vibe of things happening. Would you ever, when you was in the house, did you ever feel like the presence of other things there, or you see movement or shadows or anything like that?
Well,
When you're
she had a very dark aura about her, Primo. When you walked up and you stared at her, her aura was dark, man. It was black, man, and she would put off negative energy. I would go there with Juan, and I just wanted to go and get out, man. If he was going home, I'd just leave him there and go back to the house, man. But I wouldn't like to be in that house, man, because It gave me
But they would
my
explain a lot, man, how you would act because he would act different. He would act like a regular kid. He would act like he's seen some stuff, because
yo. Well, he did see some stuff, Primo, because she taught him how to transform into a lechusa. So I guess he sold his soul at a young age to get that power.
I mean, yeah, in order for them to transform, they had to sell the soul or made a deal with something.
Yep,
And it's
yep.
crazy because they lived right there near the parish hall, near
They
the
live
church.
right there next to the elementary.
Yeah, I remember the house.
Hmm.
Joe Brogan said, "I've seen some weird stuff in Central Texas. What part of Central Texas do you live at? What location?" See, another lady last night, a big old. She was like that. She's still around. They say someone trapped her in a trailer because they put a broom upside down and in front of her door. She couldn't come out. Una bruja. That's what he's talking about.
I never heard of a broomstick being turned upside down stopping a bruja, man.
No.
I mean, maybe salt or an aloe vera plant because they can't cross over, but a broom upside down, I don't know. Maybe it stopped her if she wasn't wearing any chones. She couldn't ride the broomstick. Oh, you live in Seguin, Joe? Órale. That's
Seguin.
down.
You know where that is, cuz? Seguin, Texas?
Yeah, it's in Texas. It's headed toward the valley, man. Seguin.
Near Corpus.
Mm-hmm.
Near Corpus Christi.
Passed through there many a time on that 8-hour drive.
Abato says that they're afraid of that too.
Oh, thanks, Joe. I tried, man, to keep a little levity in here, man. But when
We
we
grew
get
up.
serious, we get
We
serious.
grew up in the Rio Grande Valley, in between the border and the checkpoint, near the border of Mexico, man, in the Rio Grande Valley. So we experienced a lot of things with dealing with brujas, curanderas, lechusas. It's like our town. You could say was a lot of the town was wicked, man. Because a lot of those people that were doing a lot of witchcraft.
Alex, where we're from, man, the town where we're from, everybody and their grandmother are brujas, man. It's like my baby mama, she says she's a wicked. That's a bruja.
Alex
So,
about to say,
Joe,
Las Vegas, New Mexico, we have the most historic buildings in the U.S. Look it up. A lot of bruja stories.
history. So you saw a dogman at your grandparents' ranch, Joe Brogan? How close were you? The one that I saw, I could actually spit on him. That was that close.
Yeah, how close were you, and what did it look? Did it disappear? What did it do? All right. Well, you'll probably answer it in a moment. So we're just talking about
Brujas
brujas,
and brujos.
lechuzas, anything that's dealing with brujas, brujos, bultoneiros, freaking what was the one that we're talking about yesterday? They're familiars. Sometimes that they travel with them. The one that's part human and part goat,
The Sadars.
like a satyr,
Mm-hmm.
and the things that conjure up. Let's talk about some of the inside jobs I like to do. I guess I'm going to leave the floor to you, cousin Jessie. Dealing with things that take in place in your yard, in your house. to try to place some maldad in your house. If you
Well,
give your insight to the viewers here.
there was a house that we lived in 1980 that we started seeing a bulto negro in the yard. It would go across the kitchen window, and then it would stop go up on the porch. So we didn't think nothing of it. It was a big house. Everybody had a room, but the room that my brother and I shared, there was a blood stain on the floor. No matter how much we scrubbed at it, it wouldn't come out. Hold on, Joe said he saw it about 20 yards away. It jumped in the tree, disappeared, and I ran. It looked like a werewolf, all black. It
Yeah,
jumped in a tree. Was it trying to eat pecans or what, bro?
he said he jumped into a tree, so it went into
Oh,
a tree. It disappeared. So you know how I said about the DDN, they
mm-hmm.
just vanish. Was there a smell of sulfur, pestilence, or something of that nature? And we got
uh,
how you doing, Sister Deborah?
Hi, Devorah.
Alex Bato Dab says Mateo went to his friends in the 60s and his friend's parents were asleep hanging like bats in one of the rooms. Whoa,
Wow. Joe said there was no smell.
there was no smell. He said they were
But
hanging in the room like bats.
yep, from their toes, I guess they had some big ass toenails. But as I was saying, Primo, we noticed it outside the house, and then we started waking up with scratches on our bodies. Three scratches. Everybody would wake up with three scratches on their back. So it was a
But
four-bedroom house.
we know what the three scratches symbolize. That means it's I guess the Holy Trinity, but it's demonic. Three scratches, three
Three
knots,
claw, three
uh,
claw marks.
anything in threes.
Then, like I said, we were sleeping. It was a four-bedroom house, and after we started waking up with scratches, man, everybody would just camp out in my dad's bedroom. I mean, there was like 8 people sleeping in that one room, man. And then one night, my dad always slept by the window, and I don't know what he saw on the porch, man, but it made him pee his pants, man. And he screamed. I had never heard my dad scream like that. He screamed and he peed his pants, man. But
Dang.
yeah, when we moved out of that house, it burned down by itself, man.
Alex says Tecolote in New Mexico.
In Tecolote, New Mexico,
¿Qué es el tecolote? Is it like lechusa?
Tecolote is an owl.
Yeah, lechusa.
Hmm. Oh wow, really, Devorah? It was an X.
And Nix. Ah, I was a shop worker with a big X scratched on my back.
But like, yeah, man, that was the first time I ever saw a bulto negro that was evil, man. I had seen one before that tried to steal my baby sister out the window, but I hadn't like, and they would never come into the apartment, man.
Tell us what happened in that with your sister.
Well, when we it was 1970. No, my sister was born in, yeah, 1976, man. Uh, my sister was born premature, and my stepmom always put her by the window in her bedroom. That's where her crib was. And one night, we heard her cry, and we all ran into my dad's bedroom, and we saw this black shadow figure pick my sister up and try to drag her out the window. But we jumped and grabbed my sister, and it took off into the woods because there was some woods, like maybe 100 yards from the apartment complex, man. There was some woods and there was a creek that ran through there, man. And yeah, we moved from there after that happened.
So this dark figure, how big was it?
Well, all we saw was the hand, but it was a long arm with a big hand, man. And you know, it was the shadow figure, man. You couldn't really see just the side of the
Just a
profile,
silhouette.
just the silhouette, man. I was what 76. I was 10 years old, almost. No, I was eight, 8 years old.
Yeah, and those brujas and the brujas have to do a lot with a lot of things, man, that happen along the borders. And oh man, if you know how wicked they really are, that they don't give a damn about their own family or nothing. They're already sold their souls, or their mission is just to do evil works. You know, that's all. That's all what their mission is, to do evil.
Yeah. Now I realized, man, that why he wanted my little sister, man, because my little sister was special. My little sister could interpret dreams. You would tell her your dream, and she would tell you what the dream meant. Or if she dreamt about you, whatever she dreamt about you, it would come to pass. She could see into the future with her dreams.
Reading some of these comments, what do you think about skinwalkers? That was a topic yesterday.
Day later, dollar shirt hamburger. You need some time off from McDonald's.
We talked about that. We did two shows of the skinwalkers.
A part one and a part two. We did part
Part
two
one and
yesterday.
part two. You can check it out, man. Yesterday's was 4 hour and a half long. But in a sense of a way, the skinwalkers is dealing with witchcraft and necromancy. So you can consider them as kind of like
Brujo.
a brujo, a brujo. That's what they are, because they done sold their souls for the witchcraft and necromancy to have the ability to shapeshift. When you think about a lechusa or a bruja that turns into a lechusa, well, that's a form of shapeshifting, or it is shapeshifting through witchcraft and necromancy. They have those same abilities. This shapeshifter skinwalkers, they still live amongst the land in spirit, and that they still have those abilities that they had when before they died, and they have the disabilities. I mean, they have the abilities to be able to do this while they're in spirit. They can manifest to look like you or me, like an animal, like whatever form they want to take. They have those abilities, and they can mimic any voice, any sound that you could think of. Imagine you're out there in the woods investigating, you hear a lawnmower out of nowhere, sound of a lawnmower, or you're out there and just you hear a weed eater, or you hear a chainsaw. They know how to mimic voices, wind chimes, whistles, a sound of a clock, a sound of an alarm, a honking sound. They're master mimickers. They can mimic.
In my
Not
case,
just
it was a
mimic,
leaf
but
blower.
manifest. Yeah. You're welcome, hamburger. Will I get a McDouble for that answer? What was the name of the movie? The Longest Yard. The guy with
You want
the
some?
burger.
You want some fries with that?
The guy with the burger. That was always trying to give the
Yeah,
burgers away.
yeah.
Fast Eddie or something like that. Hamburger. Fast Eddie or.
I can't remember what they called him, but that was Terry Crews.
Yeah, he was always trying to give them the burgers away.
Hey, hamburger, do you want some apple pie with it?
And you got to think that the tradition of the skinwalker and ships, they come, like cousin was just as he was saying, that parts of Mexico, he was living like the natives, like Indians, because they had no electricity, no nothing, so they're living off the land. Well, the natives, they live for the land, and uh, that's why there's a lot of shapeshifter and skinwalkers through the some out through witchcraft and necromancy, and some of the natives were cannibalistic. So when you hear about wendigos, well, that's a whole different subject, but it's still dealing. Cannibalizing is like sacrificing a body to gain power, so it's like a form of witchcraft and necromancy too, to manifest into the wendigo. I don't know if that makes sense. So, but they are part of that. When we talk about brujos, we could talk about the nagual. They're called naguales, right? In some areas, or where there it's a Mexican shapeshifters. What's their term, cousin? Is it nagual? What are they? What's the term?
I think it's a Nahual, cousin. You saw a video of La Llorona in Mexico, Deborah?
Oh yeah, the Llorona is a legend, a myth, but it's real. That's the thing they forget to put, that it's real, because we've had encounters with her. But the Llorona wasn't a bruja. It was because of the evil deed that she did, which was kill her children, drown her children. They got punished her to roam the earth. But she became evil after that, because it's kind of like the act she did. She got punished to roam the earth. So it's in a sense of what she was like demonic, because, or like a bruja, not a bruja, but wicked, because her, well, what she would do is go after men that were being unfaithful, and she would go after children that were not baptized.
Hi, Mayhem. How you doing, bro? I've heard her cry, man, but I've never seen her. She she used to go like Mary's house, my ex, hi Rizzler.
In the Rio
Her
Grande Valley, yeah.
yeah, the house where Mary grew up, man. It used to be a school
The
back in the
canal.
old days.
Oh,
There used to
school.
be it used to be a school. That house was a school. Her mom used to go to school there, so it's right by the canal, and the Llorona usually goes through that yard, man, through that lot.
Well, what do you remember of La Llorona? I know we're getting a little bit off a topic, but since the people mention it, we try to keep the people happy. What is it that you witnessed or that you heard? I
Just
mean,
I heard her wailing when I used to live there in that house with my ex, and it was a rainy night, and like I said, we're right by the canal, man, like a stone's throw away from the canal. You could hear her wailing out there, man. Are you talking about me, Rizzler? No, I've never seen a Bigfoot, man. Seen a werewolf, seen some lechusas, a lot of black shadow figures, but never a Bigfoot. They've never transformed into Bigfoots, I guess.
but they can manifest to look like a Bigfoot, the DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim. That's what people don't fail to prepare themselves when they go looking for a Bigfoot or a dog man. They have their weapons, they have their ammo, but they forget to prepare spiritually, and that's what they are. They're demonic in nature. Even the natives know that when somebody says Sasquatch, that it's a demon, that it's not something that's real in the flesh. The Sasquatch was the one that corrupted a lot of the natives through the witchcraft and necromancy, because they're demons. Or should I say, the DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim, the spirits that were left behind, which are demonic. They can
Because
they can manifest to look like them.
they don't want to accept the truth, Rizzler, when you say that it's a demon, because they don't want it to be a demon. They want it to be some sort of cryptic, and it's not.
Yeah, all that things, aliens, everything. It's demonic, man. I'm telling you.
Aliens are not aliens, man. They're the
Yeah,
fallen angels and demons.
yeah, that's what they are.
Any questions that I can answer for you? Yes, the word they are demons. There's no such thing as an alien because nobody can go through the firmament. The sooner you realize that nobody can go in and out of the firmament, then you'll know that what the government calls aliens are really demons and the fallen angels that are still around.
You can answer the
The
questions,
wise
cousin, or
the wise man, the war he knew or knows. Any questions? Smurfy, I used to be a demon worshiper. When you summon, guess what shows up? A gray? Yeah, yep. So if you were a demon worshiper, Smurfy, have you ever seen the spirit of the forest?
go ahead, cousin. Continue
Well,
with La Brujas and that.
yes, Texas, where we were doing the lechusa stories, black shadow figure stories, bruja stories. Any questions? I might ask. I might answer.
Yeah, I think the what I want to talk about that was how they could infiltrate in your home, the things that they can place in the house. Remember what they can do to try to put something in your house, a maldad in your house. That's what I was trying to talk about of the things that they do in that nature. Can you hear me, cuz?
Yeah, I'm
Or
trying
you?
to read what Murphy said. So how did that work out for you, Smurfy? Did you get what you wanted by calling on Asteroid and Lucifer? But yeah, you need to be aware of things out of the ordinary that are in your yard that people might use to gain entry into your house because once it yes and no always costs more than what you want. Everything always costs more, Murphy. It's like if you smoke cigarettes, that's a smoke offering to a demon. If you drink alcohol, that's another drink offering to a demon. If you watch pornography, that's another offering to a demon. Everything costs. Every vice that you have, it costs you a bit of your soul. But like I was saying, you need to be aware of what's in your yard so that you don't track it inside your house. Just like I was telling cousin Abe that if you want to get rid of somebody that's hanging around you that you don't want them coming around no more, use ground up chili powder and put it in their shoes, and little by little they'll distance themselves from you. That's just a spell I learned when I was doing what you were doing, Smurfy. Beware of things that you ingest, like food or water, because they could put stuff in your food to poison your vessel. They blow any kind of powders on you, any of that stuff that they use to be able to poison your vessel.
Like perfumes too, no, cousin?
Yes, perfumes.
Perfume?
Yes, Murphy. Yes, I have also seen the light. Yes, that's why you have to pray before you eat, Devorah, because people will do that to the food. It's like I see a lot of people that they go up and down the street and pick stuff up, like especially children's toys, bicycle stuff like that that they see on the streets. They pick them up, not knowing that a palero could have put whatever was if a little kid was sick, you could put all that into the object, and when you pick it up and take it home, that sickness will come onto you. That's why I personally don't pick nothing up off the street because you never know what's been done to it or who's been on it. Did you win, cuz?
Well, nothing, man. I was just trying to play, but no, I lost $10.
Wow.
That's what I was doing. Okay, here we go.
I was telling Deborah that she said she saw a video of a witch cursing all the food at a grocery store, and I told her that's why you have to pray before you eat and have bless the food.
Yeah, they do a lot of infiltration. That's what they do. Let me see. We got some viewers here. Before we continue, whoever's here viewing the past 2 days or the past 4 days. Yesterday was the first day we had cousin Jessie back because YouTube wouldn't let me add a guest. So we're going through StreamYard right now. But we talked about a lot of things yesterday, and a lot of things surfaced up while we were talking about skinwalkers, shapeshifters. One of the things that we're talking about was lechusas, and I made the sound of the lechusa, in which a lot of activity started happening in people's homes. In the comments, you could hear where people were saying they were hearing noises, they were hearing footsteps, they were hearing knockings. So we went into prayer here, but a lot of activity like that happened last night, and I had some activity happen during the day. The activity that had happened during the day, it was this afternoon. My wife called me about could meet her somewhere. I said, sure, let's go. I'm hungry. Let's go eat at the Mexican restaurant. I went there. We sat in one of the rooms, right? As I'm sitting there, you know how they bring you the chips and the chile. Well, the lady threw the chile on me, and the chile landed all over my shirt and on my legs, on my shorts. And my wife helped me wipe it up off of me. Then the room was too hot, so we went to the other room. When we had gone there, it was hot. There was nothing in the air, just the sun. So we're sitting there, and I'm sitting there, and there's this lady standing right beside me, and she's talking about something about the Olympics or something, like something dealing with the Olympics. As y'all know what happened in the Olympics, the mockery they made of Jesus Christ. When they started the Olympics, when they had those transvestites or whatever the hell they were making fun of the Last Supper. Well, when that lady's saying that, that's already telling me spiritually right there that, because that happened a long time ago, that's telling me that spiritually there's something up with her, right? So I kept an eye on her. She left because she was standing right in front of the TV. She wasn't there when we sat down, but she stood up there right beside me. So she went to go sit down, and she was on a table for about 6 or 8 women. They were old ladies. So we're sitting there, and my spirit is telling me something ain't right. So, I start rebuking within myself spiritually, and tie Brian rebuke anything negative. So then we start hearing sounds in the there's sounds that are like banging sounds inside the Mexican restaurant, like towards the roof, and you could hear all these things, and all these ladies are just sitting there, and they're just like, oh, like they're being surprised. But me, I already know that I could feel that something wasn't right with them. To me, that was a, how should I say it, a convent of witches, right? So I'm sitting there, my spirit always guides me. It don't lie to me. We're sitting there. Next thing you know, the wind is picking up outside, and you can hear thunder. Spiritual battle. When the gates of heaven open, and you hear thunder and all that, is because the Heavenly Father is sending His angels to assist. And I recognize this. So I'm sitting there. My wife doesn't know what was going on. Next thing you know, all the lights shut off in the building. Oof. The lights shut off, and the convent, they scream. And when they shut off is when you could hear like lightning and thunder outside. So they screamed. Next thing you know, the light turned back on, and then you could still hear some noise, and then an alarm went off inside, like beep 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 inside the restaurant, and they're like, "What's going on?" And nobody's saying nothing. There's no fire or nothing, but all these signs are happening that the Heavenly Father's letting me know, be careful with these people because they're wicked, right? All the signs were there that's letting me know spiritually that there was a coven of witches. So, I make sure they didn't get too close, or if they were to come and try to touch me, I will touch them back to put the maldad back on them. We paid for our food, we got up and we left. Got home, spend the afternoon here, and then we get a phone call that my mother-in-law's in the hospital. So she's in the hospital right now, and my wife is over there with her right now. So I'm just sharing the story. I was waiting for it to get more viewers to share. This is nothing. This is nothing out of the ordinary for me, because these are things that have been happening all my life. So I could distinguish what's going on. And then this spiritual battle. They showed me their numbers, which there were many, and that's okay. I got Jesus Christ with me, so I'm not worried about how many they are. I know that Jesus Christ is with me. That's all that matters. But I'm thinking they're showing themselves to me because when I whistled and I mimicked the sound of the lechusa, well, guess what's going to come? Remember I told you that I was studying they would whistle and they would go and meet at certain locations. Well, I whistled that sound that I mimicked, and all of a sudden there's 8 lechusas or 8 brujas. And what's messed up, some of them were in had crutches, some of them were in a wheelchair. They were like all jacked up, like something happened to them.
Hi, Ridge Runner. How you doing, man? Hey, Primo. Also, when you mimic that whistle, you remember the live cut out for a bit?
Yeah.
The live cut up for a bit last night too. After you mimic that whistle.
Oh yeah, when I said what's going on, that something happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, Murphy. That's what I was thinking.
She probably got injured last night when I prayed. So they were pissed off. The one that was there was pretending like she was watching TV, but I don't know, she was there for bad intentions. If I would have taken a picture of the squad of the Bruja squad, if I would have captured a picture of them,
hi, Vash.
You would have seen how they look. And just by the picture itself, you could tell that there was something there. She said that the bruja that lives upstairs from her can't walk right, it limps. But didn't you shoot her, Deborah? That's why it limps. You went gangster.
The word did a drive by herself. I say the same thing, Red Runner. I say the same thing when somebody says, "If I were you, I'd tell them if you were me, you'd be good looking."
We go. Runner. Runner just woke up. What's up, Runner?
Yeah, Runner. You just got off work. Well, welcome to the show. Yeah, she walks.
So she get when she walks, she's got a little pimp walk and a little strut. Good to see you too, Runner. Well, basically, what I'm saying is, when I whistled that whistle last night, there was a lot of activity that happened, and I guess that it was like a beacon call, and there was 8 of them that surfaced up, man. That's all I'm saying.
So she waddles, Deborah. She
You wiggle
waddles.
side to side to gain forward momentum.
Gotta open my water.
Yoo-hoo!
Deborah, you. Ooh, it's a thirsty night, man. I finished my yoo-hoo, then finished my glass of soda, and I just started on my water.
So I don't know. We'll see what happens tonight. If they had a little convention going on during the day, pre-planning what they're gonna try to do tonight.
Well, at least when they turn into birds, man, they won't need the wheelchair or the crutches.
The bruja with the pig leg, and the pig leg is also her broom. We know somebody has they use the corn stalk as a broom.
4 days, cousin. 4 days. Ain't that right, Deborah?
4
He's
days.
got 4 days. That's not banging. That's her peg leg. She's walking. She's a sea hag. Arr!
She lives underneath you or above you? Darn Runner.
Keep it rated G.
Yeah, Runner.
She lives above you. Yeah, it could be a peg leg. I think Morgan is the one that knows how many days Corn Cob has left. I'm thinking it's 4, Primo. Maybe by next week.
She said her daughter is lesbian and also bangs to make noise all night.
Well, I don't know if she bangs to make noise. She might scissor to make noise. Scissor me timbers.
Is rated okay? Didn't mention anything outright. So let's get back to the topic. Before we got really interrupted by Runner here with the peg legs toy. If it was a special kind of toy, Runner, what kind of toy were we talking about here? A pogo stick? Is it a bicycle without a seat?
Hi, Pamela. How you doing? A bicycle without a seat. that sounds painful, cousin.
Yeah, she's got that peg leg, Rubik's cube. So let's get back to the lechusas and brujas. Yeah, they're very conniving. They can give you a candy. They might have something. They might give you an apple, a banana, and they might have already placed something on it. So if you eat it, my mother would always tell me, if somebody tries to offer you something, do not take it. It
Are
doesn't
you
matter if it's
saying?
candy, a fruit, or a drink. If it's a complete stranger that you don't know who it is, do not take it. And it would always happen to me where a complete stranger, I could be sitting, you're in the elementary, you line up with your hands behind your back, waiting to go into the cafeteria. And outside by the fence, you can see a woman walking real slow. She'll come in through the fence and pass all the kids, and she'll get right in front of me, and she try to offer me something, and I
Hey,
wouldn't
little
take.
boy, do you want some candy?
Yeah, she would try to offer me something, but I already knew because my mother would tell me that when they're doing that, that if somebody's trying to put a maldad on you, so I wouldn't take it, and she wouldn't give it to nobody else. So then she would grab it and walk away and take it with her. She tried
Wow.
that woman tried that to me numerous times, and it was always during lunchtime. It's like she knew, when lunchtime was, so she was offering me candy, apples, bananas, drinks, but I would never take it.
Wow.
How you doing, Pamela? You know, that will happen to me all the time. Whether I was at the cafeteria, I could be in the playing ground and then playing PE, and a complete stranger would come out of nowhere, trying to get my attention, and I just would not pay attention to them because I already know they were up to no good. It's kind of like when
It
you
was
have a target on your back, or when they know who you are, they come for you. Especially if it's a group of people, they target you and they come at you, whether it's a school, whether you're playing little league, or you're walking to school. They approach you. They're trying to meet their agenda. Yes, on food.
yes. That's why you must pray before you eat.
And if somebody comes that you don't know and just touches you in the shoulder, you better touch them back. Send it back to them. Because if it's somebody you don't know who it is and they touch you on the shoulder, they're trying to put the maldad on you in that form. Brujos do that. Brujas and brujos, if they touch you.
Be right back, cousin.
Okay. So, there were Smurfs. I even watched what brands I eat, like that cheese brand, Baby Bell. Not good. They used to sacrifice, not used. They sacrifice children to Bell, or yeah, Baal, in the Golden Cow. I hope y'all enjoying tonight's show, and I just felt that it's a topic that we need to talk about, especially when you continue to have activity. No, this is nothing normal to me. It's like all throughout my life, I always run into them. People that from the other side, or from the yang, uh, brujas, brujos, warlocks, wizards, whatever you want to call them. I always run into them. They surface up to show themselves to me, They have to identify themselves to me, even if it's indirectly through spiritual law, just like the demons have to identify themselves to you through spiritual law, so you can know what you're dealing with. But in order for you to be able to understand what's going around you, you really have to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Place him first, because he's the one that blesses you with a spiritual gift of discernment to be able to identify the spiritual threats that are amongst us. Their sole mission is chaos, havoc, destruction, targeting families, targeting children, and that's what they do. There's nothing about love for them. As a matter of fact, they do something wrong to somebody, they rejoice about it, they laugh about it, because they're evil. And of course, when we talk about lechusas, they have familiars, and when they summon things, for assistance, the things that they make to deal with is the power. Yeah, they might know some things, but the power, or should I say, the unseen that's around them, that's watching over them because they made deals with them. Those are the things that are causing the other chaos and havoc. For example, bangings, tappings, growlings, uh, sound like children. They're the ones that have those capabilities of those kind of manifestations. So they assist them in that nature. You know. So when you hear all kinds of activity in your home, all you have to do is take authority over it and say, "I'm not afraid of you. I take authority over you. I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. Leave my home. You're not welcome here." And they leave. They have to leave because you're sending them away.
Yes, Rizzler. They can they can possess you through drug use. That's an
Yes,
opening.
drugs is a spiritual opening. Liquor is a spiritual opening. It depends how much you consume, but sometimes it doesn't even have to take that much to consume. The other spiritual openings they target are if you're angry, you have anger, hatred. If you're believing in other things, if you have fear, and if you have unforgiveness, they use that. That's what spiritual openings. The unforgiveness goes all the way to the back to the Garden of Eve. That's where generational curses happen. Through demons, witches, warlocks, is through generational curses. Because somebody before us, right, in the bloodline, dabbled with something. So we have to put a stop to that so we can protect us and our next of kin. Is distance us away from that kind of stuff, but placing Jesus Christ first, having a relationship with Jesus Christ.
Yes, the boy, they know that they're going to go to hell, but what they're trying to do is take souls with them that they can take because they already know they sold their soul to gain the power they have. So now they're just trying to take more souls with them. They don't care.
Sister Pamela Barone said, "Any opening or if someone in your home is bringing it, yes, it can come in through your door if somebody's on the bad road. Could be attached to them, and it's got free entry into your home. But that's why you keep your house blessed, keep it protected. You play Jesus Christ first, you're going to be able to tell if something's strange with somebody. So if you see somebody acting strange or whatever, you go into prayer and you say whatever entered your home to leave your home, since
Rizzler, that is
that's your
that is
house.
that in there is the conundrum. You cannot believe in Jesus and not believe in hell. They coexist. If there's a God, there's a Satan. If there's a heaven, there's a hell. And we as Christians have to understand that there is a hell. You can't be a Christian and not say that there is no hell because you're lying to yourself.
I'm thinking she's infiltrating. She could be a witch. This Christian lady that you say, saying there's no hell. If Lucifer kneels down to the Heavenly Father, if the Legion got casted down, if Jesus Christ cast out all these demons, this definitely is a hell. And if she think there is not, I wonder if she even truly believes in the Heavenly Father.
Exactly, President. Exactly.
She drinks daily and reads. There you go. She's got as a spiritual opening to drinking. If she's drinking liquor every day, that's the opening. She's being bonded right now.
They're called spirits for a reason.
Spirits of alcohol. She said she used to be a witch. That's what I have found disturbing. Yeah. Well, it's not that she used to be a witch. She's still a witch.
It's like
She's infiltrating.
it's like the yin and yang symbol. There's a black with white in it and white with black in it. All it's saying is that even in evil, a little good exists, and even in good, a little evil exists. That's why it's yin and yang.
Rizzler said she said she used to be a witch. That's why I found disturbing. Yeah. What was she? She's saying there's no hell. So when she was a witch, she was praising God. No, she's infiltrating. That's what she's doing. Infiltrating. That's what she's doing. Is infiltrating.
Yes, Jennifer, that's a smoke offering to a demon when you smoke. That's why you smoke one after the other because the demon wants its offering. I used to be like you. I haven't smoked since 2010. I quit smoking cigarettes. Actually, I quit a lot of other stuff then.
Rizzo said, I told her, how can there be a heaven without a hell? She didn't like that when I confronted her and questioned her.
Yeah, because you call her on her bull. That's why. It's bull.
Yeah, she's just infiltrating, trying to deceive people. She wants to say, basically, what she's doing is infiltrating, telling you that go ahead and drink alcohol, go ahead and do drugs, that there's no hell, that there's only a heaven. But when she was a witch, practicing witchcraft, what was she worshiping? What are the worship, cousin? Brujas.
Worshiping the evil one.
That's who they worship.
She's trying to make the Bible fit into her narrative, and it doesn't work that way, man. The Bible is very straightforward. It doesn't lie. If you're gonna believe in God, you're gonna believe in God. But if you believe in God, you gotta believe in Satan because they coexist. Can't have one without the other. Yeah, I saw that video too, Devorah.
It's below us.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way, Rizzler. The Bible is very straightforward. There is no lying in the Bible. Everything's there that has been passed down from generation to generation. There's no lies.
You got people that are using verses out of the Bible to continue to do the evil works that they do. That's a form of witchcraft. That they read just certain verses for their advantage, but then the acts that they do, messing with people, doing wicked things, or saying, for example, that they wish death or have no death with no mercy on their enemies. Like if their God is because that's a form of witchcraft that they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. So they can say whatever they want to say. They can take a verse out of content out of the Bible, but if they're trying to curse somebody that's blessed by the Heavenly Father and is being protected through Jesus Christ, whatever they're trying to do is going to go back to the seven-tithe fold, because that's a form of witchcraft. Uh, people that live in the times of the Old Testament. We're not the times of the Old Testament. We're in the times uh, Jesus Christ and New Revelations. That's where we're at. It's about maintaining a love foundation and forgiving. That's the only way we're going to be able to overcome any kind of witchcraft, necromancy, brujas, lechusas. Uh, Throw all the cryptids with the demons in there. Anything that's demonic. The only way we're going to be able to overcome it is through Jesus Christ. That's the only way we're going to be able to overcome them. And one thing I've heard stories where people were dabbling in the dark arts, in which they're reading the black magic book. They open it up to a couple of pages, and then they read something out of it, that the demons come to them every night till they keep on reading till they finish reading the book, and things happen to those individuals.
Well, my own brother used to read the Black Book, man, and he wound up in a loony bin, Chukis.
They get demonized by the demons. I knew somebody like that. Just put it this way: if he was a male, that means that he was like a brujo. The last room where there was a lot of activity, he used to live there, because at one time the house was in the middle of the two rooms. There was a wall. It was two rooms and two rooms, like two homes, and he was dabbling with stuff back there, witchcraft, with the black magic book, and certain things happened to him. I can tell you some of the things that happened to him. Now, he's not here amongst the living no more, but some of the events that were happening to him, he is a big man, weighed like 330 pounds, big man, heavy set. Say gordo, fat. There was times that we could hear something land on top of a roof, like a loud sound, like something got dropped on top of a roof. So we'll grab the ladder and go climb the ladder to see what was going on. And what we would find up there on top of the roof will be him. He will be tied in some thick rope. I mean, I'm talking about thick rope.
Wow.
Thick rope be around him, tied like hog tied, and he'll be all scratched up, be bleeding, saying that the brujas were taking him, because he was so heavy that they dropped him. He landed on top of the roof. That's one of the things that will happen to him. Another thing will happen to him is my grandmother was diabetic, so she had to take insulin, and my aunt would come and give her a shot in her Impala. So when my aunt was trying to back out to leave, we were still dark, her tires would be like,
should be peeling out.
no, she couldn't move. It was like she was stuck on reverse. She couldn't move. Well, when they would look what was going on, my uncle would be underneath the car, like all he would be all tied up with that rope and scratches on his body underneath the car. Things like that would happen, and he suffered a lot because of the wicked things that he was doing. I would see possessions, when he would get possessed, demonized by the demons. I've seen a lot of things, he was an evil man.
Yeah, the Riddler.
He's not here no more.
That's probably what would get them to dabble in it. Would be the promise of gaining power but it's really not worth it because when you sell your soul doesn't even belong to you; it belongs to God. So they can't really buy it from you because you can't sell it; it doesn't belong to you. I've seen that video too, Devorah. It kind of freaked me out.
Yeah, but some of these videos that are out there, they're AI. A lot of the videos that you're talking about, I've seen them. They look AI, and then I've seen the other videos where there's people in costume pretending to be Bigfoot. You can literally tell it's a baggy costume. But there's a lot of what do you call it? Videos that they make that they add sounds to it to
Good
make
night,
it
Jennifer.
a certain thing. They're AI.
Exactly, Smurfy. Have a good night, Jennifer. Get
Have a good
some
night,
rest.
Jennifer. Or just drink water. You get the urge of something, drink water or do something active. Do some jumping jacks.
Walk it off.
Go around the block. Walk around the block.
Hi, Bounty Hunting Bear. How you doing?
Do a little dance.
Welcome to the
Do something
show.
to when you're having the urge of something. You replace it with something else. Then that's how you get rid of the habit.
I replaced mine with food. That's why I ballooned up to the way that was. I replaced the cigarette, the beer, and the street drugs with food. But I'm clean and sober.
She said she runs. Sister Deborah. I don't know if I can run anymore. I could probably can if I had to, but I do a lot of walking.
No, I learned to fight so I wouldn't have to run. I got tired already. No, I walk away very
Jessie, I'm
slowly.
good. How are you? It's a bunting hunting bear.
Hi, Bounty Hunting Bear. Welcome to the show. We're talking about witches. We're talking about lechusas. We're talking about shadow people. So, welcome to the show.
So, what is it that you think that their ultimate gain is for people that dabble in the dark arts or they're in cults or convents? What do you think their ultimate gain is, or is
Their
it because
ultimate.
they were taught that when they were small and that's all they know? That's a part of way of life because to them they were taught this, or is it something that they chose on their own?
They chose that on their own, cousin, because what they're after in hindsight, they're after power. They're trying to get magical power that will make them powerful. But there ain't nothing more powerful than Jesus Christ, man, and the Heavenly Father. Everything is a facade. It's a deception. Like I said, you're selling something that doesn't belong to you. For your soul belongs to God. It doesn't even belong to you. How can you sell something that you don't have ownership of? It's just a big deception.
Say,
I'm very well, Bounty Hunting Bear. Well, some ex-wives are witches, but not with a W. Rick Runner.
uh, you want to replace it with a different letter, eh?
Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna say what letter, but I'm pretty sure he can guess. Read between the lines. Second letter of the alphabet.
There's some people that that do practice something that are they say they're witches and all this kind of stuff because they're Wiccan or whatever they want to be. I'm talking about what we're talking about is evil of the evil. That's all they do is that's what they live for is to do wicked things to people, and that's all they live to do is to see how many people they can affect in a negative way.
There's the second letter of the alphabet. Yeah, Red Runner, not an L, but I like the way you think. Keeping it PG. Thank you. But yeah, it's a choice, cousin. Everything is a choice. It's not what you've seen. It's not what you've been brought up to. Everybody has free will, and they make their own choices. And like I've always said, we live and die by the choices we make.
Sister Deborah says Jesus himself said there are children of God and children of the devil.
Yeah, Red Runner. They are.
What do you think about that, cousin?
Yeah, that's the truth right there. Because they say that when Eve was tempted in the garden, it wasn't an apple that she ate, man. It was she had relations with Satan. So when she had her children, that's why Cain killed Abel. Because Cain was the seed of Satan and Abel was the seed of God. So you know that's what they say happened in the Garden of Eden was the big deception. It wasn't an apple. It was that she had two kids, and one was the Satan seed, and one was the God seed. That's why the bloodline of Cain is called the cursed bloodline because he was Satan's seed. And I guess that's all I have to say about that. Have you heard that side of the story? Have you heard anything about that like that, cousin? About the
Uh,
deception?
I know that there was one before Eve, which was Lilith.
No, no. This was Eve, and she instead of they're saying that she ate of the forbidden fruit, it was a forbidden fruit because she cheated on Adam and had relations with Satan.
Yeah,
That's
because
why
I heard about Lilith that was before Eve,
Lilith went off because she refused to succumb
but she was
to
before
Adam.
Eve. She was
Yeah,
before Eve.
yes, she was born just like Adam out of the mud, out of the dirt, because Eve was born from the rib, not the dirt like Lilith.
Like Lilith.
Yeah, but Lilith left the garden because she refused to be subordinate to Adam. She felt like she was equal to him, and she didn't want to be subservient. So that's why she called the true name of God and left the garden.
And she changed form.
And she became the mother of all monsters. You heard about that too as well? All right, Ridge Runner. At least I'm not alone in hearing that. That must have been cold, man. God would send angels to kill hundreds of her children every day, man. That's why she started feeding on babies, on unbaptized babies, man. That's a harpy. She was the original lechusa.
Lilith, the original
Yes,
Lechusa.
yeah. She was the original lechusa. Was Lilith? I thought you knew, cousin.
The only thing I knew that she had turned into a beastly form,
Yeah, her beastly
but I
form
never
was
said.
a
I never
lechusa.
heard what kind of form she she changed to.
Yeah, it was a bird. Now a lechusa.
Now, lechusa.
Back in the old days when there was a woman that just had a baby, they always give her an amulet of an owl to keep Lilith away from her newborn. Yes, Al Gore. Yes, Deborah. Yes, Ridge Runner. But it makes you think. They say that God put a marking on Cain so that people wouldn't kill him. What was that marking he put on him? I've always wondered myself ever since I seen that story in the Bible that God put a marking on
Why
him.
would God protect Cain?
Why would God protect Cain? Uh, I have no idea, cousin. I just know that he put a marking on him so that nobody would kill him. If anybody were to kill him, they would be cursed because of the marking that he had on him. They say that Cain is still alive today. He was immortal. He was the offspring of Adam and Eve, so he was immortal.
And it
Yes, I
says that
agree,
who were
Bounty Hunter.
the other people?
Who are the other people? I have no idea. I guess his brother and sister, because apparently they were the first to be alive. But yeah, I still wonder to this day, man, what kind of marking did he put on him that when the people saw him, they knew not to kill him because they would be cursed? Because it didn't say in the Bible what was the marking he put on him. It just said he put a mark on him so that when people saw him, they wouldn't kill him.
Hmm. A mark.
Hmm.
I mean, it's got to be a mark in the face. I would think,
I would
or the
something like
forehead,
that
because
in
it
the
would have to
forehead,
be a mark.
right around here, so that when people saw it, they wouldn't kill him because he was when they banished him and then told him that he had to leave. He was worried that somebody was going to kill him for killing his brother, and it said that God put a mark on him so that people wouldn't kill him. Deborah said, "Yeah, it's true. It's in the Bible." You see, cousin, Primo did his homework.
Yeah, I really, I just knew about the things that I would see. That I knew that there was things of the balance that are out there. They have to be learning it from somewhere, or the things that got passed from generation to generation had to come from that generation of the beginning. It just kept on going from generation to passed down from generation to generation, just like uh, when Jesus Christ, when he got crucified, it got passed from generation to generation.
Hi, Prima Ivy. How you doing?
You know who Jesus Christ is, and vice versa. But you figure when the great flood happened, that destroyed the Nephilim, that the earth flooded, that a lot of these things might not be here, but you said they're immortal.
See the thing with the Nephilim and the fallen. The Nephilim weren't created by God. God created the heaven and the earth, and the watchers created the Nephilim. So when they died, their spirit couldn't go to heaven because God didn't create them, and they couldn't go to hell because God didn't create them. So they were forced to wander in this dimension. And before the flood, it says in the Bible that God got some of the angels to tie up the watchers, and then they made the Nephilim fight each other to the death. And then they killed the last female Nephilim, so they couldn't breed anymore. So then after they killed each other, the ones that were left, they were killed by the flood. It's in the Book of the Giants, cousin. But yeah, the angels made them fight each other to the death, man. And they made the watchers watch as their offspring killed each other.
So basically, the angels were using some kind of power, or they were entering them to fight each other. Like
Mm-hmm.
they were in charge of them destroying each other. They
Mm-hmm.
were fighting
And,
not out of their will, but out of the will of God, or through a
yes,
heavenly
sir.
power.
And to punish the fallen, he made them watch as their offspring destroyed each other and shackled them so they couldn't intervene.
Let's see. There's one place where things didn't die, the water, which means mermaids and sirens likely survived. For the flow was created to destroy the Nephilim. Now, the the women, the mothers, or the women that slept with the watchers that created the Nephilim, they had become harpies and sirens, and I believe that's why they're still spotted, which is the harpies, because is lechusas, and the sirens, because they're actually part of the sisterhood. It's just one is from land and the one is from the ocean. Uh, you got a sisterhood.
Yes, Deborah, I did my homework. Genesis 4:15 tells us what I'm talking about. Because, but I think we've gotten off the path, and we should get back to topic.
Oh, it's good that we're talking about all this. It keeps it entertaining. Just knowing about these things. It's kind of like it reminds me of the woman I had back in 1999. I was still in the military. I was already living down in Acorn Creek, and we had gone out, and I was out there. I like to dance, drink. I was drinking quite a bit, and I would dance a lot to sweat out the liquor or whatever. And there was this woman that was just looking at me, and she just kept on. She was just staring at me all night long. She wouldn't get up. She was just sitting down there staring at me. She had a dress, it looked like a leopard print of some sort. So
Rawr.
she just staring at me. Fast forward nowadays, they're called cougars, right? So she's staring at me, and I go up to her and said, "Man, would you like to dance?" And she just gets up and goes to the dance floor with me. So we're dancing to the song, and when I'm dancing with her, imagine I'm feeling good because I've been buzzing with the liquor, and I like to dance. So I'm dancing with her, but right off the bat, what seemed weird is when I was dancing with her, because when I seen her, she looked like she was a woman that weighed, that had some weight on her, probably like 180, somewhere around there. But when I was dancing with her, all I could feel was bones. Like she had no
Wow.
meat, and I could feel her ribs. And I put my hand on her hip. I could feel the pelvis bone. And then I'm looking at her, but you could see that she's got a body, but all I'm feeling is bone. So what I'm actually seeing when I look at her is her manifestation, right? We danced that song. I finished, and I'm freaked out. I walk her back to her table. I sit, sit her down and said, "Thank you for the dance, ma'am." She looks at me and she says, "I've been keeping an eye on you for a very long time." That's all she said. And I know she didn't mean it as she was keeping it on me on a very long time because I was in the club. It was something like letting me know that they'd be keeping an eye on me for a very long time. When you think about that, it could have been, a bruja or a possible shapeshifter, because of the dress she had on looked like some kind of leopard print, and she had a glare in her eyes, like a yellowish glare also. Oh, shit. He said I was going to talk about when I met up with a midget girl. What the hell?
She fell out my pocket, vato. Oh my hip just popped, man.
You're talking about well, that's not a midget. There's something that did happen to me. I was at a bar and I met this lady, and we started talking over the phone and stuff, and I was always talking to her about God and stuff like that. And she said that she wanted to do Bible study with me, that she wanted to learn. So she would bring her Bible, when we start, we'd be reading scripture, and then not even like 3 days. Next thing you know, temptation. She comes up to me and she starts, to my neck area and stuff, and I'm just a man. I was single, so one thing was leading to another. Uh, I remember that nothing had happened physically, right? And I remember her like trying to kiss me on the chest and stuff like that. And she went up to my ear and she kind of like licked me here and she whispered something in my ear. And this is what she said: "How do you feel letting your God down now?" That's what she told me in my ear. And nothing had happened yet. And I said, "I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name." And I got up and said, "Leave my house now." And she took off real fast. But I believe she was infiltrating. Now, I believe she was a bruja, a witch, trying to infiltrate, trying to use temptation to try to get to me. But I just felt something wasn't right, so I was just trying to figure out what she was trying to do when witches attack in that nature. Temptation, they try to bond you. They try to bond your senses, your
Yeah.
sight, you hear, and of course, if they can put some temptation in there, which is sin, the carnage. Well, that's a spiritual opening where they can come and attack. So she messed up when she said, "How do you feel letting your God down now?" When she said your God, that means that she does not believe in God. She doesn't believe in Jesus Christ. When she had told me that she wanted to do Bible study, she really didn't want to do. She was infiltrating, and I know who sent her to. Somebody sent her my way. I found out later on who's the one that sent her to me, which was
Wilker.
an old lady, and she was telling me what she was about, what she believed in. She said she believed in Lucifer and that she was a witch, and that's person were hanging with her, so I knew that she sent her my way. This old lady that the sent her my way, she's still alive, but she's up there in age. She's up in her upper 80s, close to 90, or might be in her 90s already. I don't know. All I know is that she's still alive. Her favorite color is black. I like wearing black too, but because she literally is a witch, a bruja. In her house, I believe she might have a little altar of what she worships.
Well, cousin, you scared me there for a minute when she said she wanted to do Bible study, and then she whispered in your ear. I thought she told you, "I want you to part me like the Red Sea." I'm sorry, I couldn't resist, man. I'm sorry, man. Oh,
There's a
bad
men and
joke.
women that spend less than there's ostentation.
Rick, Rick
But
Runner's
me,
laughing.
like I said, I've always been fighting spiritually. So they could think they might have me in a situation, but then I show my true self. I fight spiritually, especially when they reveal themselves to me of who they are or what they're about.
You like that one, Rich Runner? I thought it was particularly funny.
Oh, just Murphy said my real name is Tyrone.
That's funny too. How you doing? Casual conversation. Welcome to the show.
I think
Well,
matter of fact, she was from Kansas. Believe it or not, I wonder if she
you,
was the Wicked Witch of the West or the Wicked from Wizard of Oz.
you know, I would have failed that test, cousin. I would have failed. I'm telling you
You
right
were-
now, straight up, I would have failed it. I would have parted her like the Red Sea, and then did a Sodom and Gomorrah on her.
you gotta. I'm pretty strong, man. When it comes down to that,
No, not me, man. I'm a
spiritually
pretty.
and
I was
spiritually,
a pretty weak.
mentally.
I was a pretty weak individual. I'm not like that no more, man. But yeah, back then I probably would have fallen.
What were you singing? So you singing the song "Call Me Tyrone"?
They call me
they
Lola. Hello, Lola.
they call me Lola, La Cola.
She whispered in your ear, take a walk on the wild side.
I don't know whatever happened to her, man. She was from Kansas. That's all I knew.
She probably ran out of the room and clicked her heels twice.
I never seen her again.
No, man, don't think I haven't been tempted, man. I've been tempted, and I've actually done the right thing, man.
There was there could have been a Jezebel spirit.
Could have been.
I mean, I was single, raising my son. My son wasn't with me at the time. Uh, Salent, like the Corn Belt in Kansas.
Kansas. Uh, there's been a number of instances where I was tempted, cousin, and I did the right thing.
The when I met the Gypsy Witch. Have you ever heard the story of the Gypsy Witch when I was in Germany when I was 19?
You told it to me, but I don't know if they've heard it.
Yeah, when I was 19, I was at in Erlangen, Germany. But this was my first duty station after basic training. I went over there and I was at this bar called B15s. I was 19 years old. There was this beautiful woman, or around my age. We were talking all night. We're drinking and talking all night, just chatting all night long. It's 2 a.m. We get out. We start walking. She's got her bike. She could easily get on her bike and probably ride away, but I was keeping her company, and we're just talking and talking, and we're just walking and talking. I remember she told me if I wanted to, I could stay at her apartment. because I was still halfway to make it back to the billets, and I was like, okay, because I was tired. I've been, drank quite a bit. So I remember when we walked into her apartment. Our apartment was 2 rooms. I think it might have had a third room, which the restroom is, but it was 2 rooms. And one of the rooms was the kitchen and the sofa. The next room was a bedroom, right, where there was just a bedroom.
Red
I
Wings.
just got on the couch and I started crashing out on the couch. And in Germany the customs are different than the United States. And I know Runners is crazy. He likes sleeping butt naked. Uh, Over there, the customs is they don't hide the nudity is nothing for them over there. So all I remember is I'm laying down on the couch and she comes out and she's butt naked. She had one hell of a body, but that's her customs. So she tells me that if I want to, I can go lay down over there in the bed with her. So I'm buzzing. I'll go over there. I just leave my clothes on. It's like, because to me is that's her custom. So she's being nice, letting me I could sleep there by her. So I'm laying there. I leave my shoes on and everything, and I fall asleep because I was buzzing. The German beer is a lot stronger than the American beer. So I fall asleep, and when I was dozing off, I could see her laying right beside me, like all the curves, and she's naked. So I'm laying down there, and I wake up, and I feel like this beside me, but she's not there beside me. So I'm going like this, and the room is dark, and I'm hearing a thumping sound like, and I'm looking, and I see somebody sitting Indian style in the main entrance of their room by the door, Indian style. And I'm looking, and it's a naked woman, all right, but it's not her. It's a naked woman, and she's an old lady. She has white hair. Her eyes are rolled back white. There's like foam coming out of her mouth, and she's just stabbing away. She had broken, I guess, a mirror that was right there by the wall, and she had the big old piece of a sharp mirror, just slamming it on the ground, and she was bleeding, from her hand where the blood, where she was hitting the ground hard. So I'm like, I sober up real freaking quicker. Like I'm like, what the fuck, So I'm looking at her, and her eyes are rolled back wide, the foam, and just smacking the shit out of the ground. And all of a sudden, she just stops. And the knife is not touching the ground, and she just stops. And I'm like, oh shit, she's freaking to do something, So I go around her real slowly, and I walk backwards because I don't want her to charge at me with that freaking mirror, So I go there, and the freaking door has so many deadbolts, and I'm thinking like, where's the girl? I need to, where's the girl that was there? Well, where is she? The girl that was my age that invited me. Where is she? Who the hell is this old lady? So I'm there, and the door has so many freaking locks, man, like 7 or 8 of them that I'm trying to. There's some that you twist, some that you freaking that's got chains, and I'm looking this way, man. I open the door. I don't even close the door. I just take off. Poof. I'm flying. OJ Simpson or Hussein Bolt don't got nothing on me on that night. If it was the Olympics, I would have broke the record. My record would have still been intact. That's how I was flying, and I was running. I have an image in my head, like if she was flying behind me or something, So I'm running, and I look back, but I don't see nobody. And I passed the front gate where you have to, they give you you have to show your ID. I passed the gate, and I went to where nearby my billets were, and I jumped over the wall. The wall was like 12 foot, 13 foot high. I
Wow.
jumped over that sucker. Usain Bolt and ninjas wouldn't have had nothing on me. I jumped over the sucker. I ran into the room, into my billets, and went to sleep. Like I ran. I was hauling ass. No, you see something like that, you're trying to figure out what the hell's going on. So then, like maybe 2 weeks later, we're having in Erlangen, Germany. It's called the Strawberry Fest, and everybody's got these big old pictures of homemade beer. Like they're big mugs. And we're partying at the Strawberry Fest, and the night's already over, and we start walking down the stairs, and they're like, "You know what the Strawberry Fest is about, right?" I said, "No." It's like, "Well, it's about a witch. They said that this witch sometimes shows up at the time of the Strawberry Fest." And I said, "Look, there's a statue right here of her." And when they showed the statue of her, it was the same old lady that I seen there in Erlangen, Germany. She was called the Strawberry Fest Witch. It was the same old lady that I seen. But what's crazy is when she was in the manifestation of the young woman, she was telling me, she told me straight up that werewolves, are real, and the Nosferatu is real. But that's what she told me, that they're real. That she was I guess a gypsy witch. But I was like, how does she's only 19 years old, or around my age? How did you know all this? Has all this information? But then I figured it out. It's because she was just manifesting. Maybe she might have had something on her that made me see her as a younger age or something. But she changed completely.
Wow. Never been there. That's just crazy, man. Huh? I
Yeah.
never experienced nothing like that.
She went from a 19-year-old that looked like a model, to an old ass lady with white hairs. That she looked possessed, where the eyes were rolled back white and foam was coming out of her mouth, chanting something. I'll never forget that image, man. Murphy says, it happens that way. When you target it, you target it. That's one thing that people don't understand. That these witches and warlocks, they're affiliated global wide. So if somebody's got a spiritual hit on you, they'll contact somebody spiritually through whatever
Hi,
source they use.
Amber.
Whatever source they use, right? Whatever they worship, they contact somebody else somewhere else, or send a demon to go to the location where you're at, to contact somebody that's doing witchcraft or necromancy there, to do a spiritual hit on you. That's how they do it. The demons that they manifest, or the ghost gives them the familiars, or the demons, they'll go give them the information. They tell them who you are. They tell them everything about you. They know. But Runner had that experience with the midget witch. Where's Runner at?
He's still in here.
Didn't you have an experience with that midget, Runner?
Did you play Spin the Dreidel?
Her name was Willow.
You read that comment,
I'm
Primo?
reading it. You know, if you have an attachment the best way that I would suggest to you, if you have a negative attachment or something's on you, is to cleanse your home. Cleanse your home, and after you cleanse your home, at the same time, protect yourself. You take authority over anything unclean
Bounty.
or any kind of attachment through Jesus Christ. You type and rebuke it, and you take authority over it and tell it to leave. If you feel different after that, most likely you had a negative attachment. The German beer or Mexicans must be like far wider tornadoes.
Yeah, I know. She made me laugh with that one. You live in a rooming house, Audacious Amber? I've never had any German beer, Bounty Hunter. Beer. No, all I can say is tie, bind, and rebuke it in Jesus' name, Audacious Amber. But you have to do it with true faith. That could be possible too, Smurfy. You're welcome, Audacious Amber. You're welcome.
Yeah, I had a lot of experience in Germany.
I want to go hang out at the bars you were hanging out at, man, so I can experience some of that, man.
Yeah,
I
you would
never,
have
I
fun.
never,
There was one bar, man, that I never been to it. All I know is it was closing time at the bar. I was gonna leave, and I seen people going down the stairs into like a basement, and I'm looking at all these people going down there, you know. So I said, "Fuck it, let me go check it out," you know. I go down there, and I'm the last person in. As soon as I go in, there's this big guy, man, massive dude, bigger, it's huge, big guy, muscular, big, very, very tall, probably like 7 foot. He closes this big old metal door, like it's pure metal, and he puts this big old chain with this old freaking lock on it. I'm like freaking out, you know, and the bar is like it's like a cavern, and there's neon lights everywhere. There's a bar, and then there's couples sitting in booths, right? So I'm there and I'm just checking it out. I haven't even bought a beer or nothing because that's my first time there. So next thing you know, this will freaks me out, y'all. Guess I was running up in the wrong places. There was a girl sitting with a guy over here. She ran and started making up with this other guy over here. That was with this female. The female went and started messing with another. It's like everybody started going at each other, you know. Like, what the hell did I just walk into? So I'm in there and I'm freaking out because the way that they're acting animalistic. You know what I'm saying? So I'm there and I'm like, I'm freaking out, and I see the big guy say, "Hey, you need to let me out, man. I have to go pull CQ because I'm seeing these things. Not, I'm seeing these people just going with one
hi,
another."
man.
So, I'll tell him I got to go CQ, and I was fixing to fight the big guy. The big guy, it would have been a battle. He was way bigger than me, but I just didn't feel right. My spirit was telling me something was fixing to happen, and it wasn't going to be good. And I'm not talking about the people that were kissing with each other. That something else was going to happen. I felt something in there. So the guy just
Oh, gee.
was looking, and he said, "This is what he told me." He said, "You're lucky." Said I should. Said I'm not supposed to let nobody out. So you're lucky. And he opened it up and let me out and closed the door. So I didn't stay in there to find out what was the full picture of what was going to happen there that night. This was the time frame was like around 2:15 in the morning. The way they were acting, man. I'm not gonna say lust. They were like literally acting like animals. Like they were growling and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That the way they were acting, and they were biting each other and shit like that. That it didn't look ordinary to me.
Could have been some Nosferatus.
I'm not gonna say Nosferatus, but if something, I would say more of the way they were acting like werewolves, or
Oh wow!
like that's what I'm trying to say. That they were growling, and the way the girl was
Yeah, go
crawling
break
like that and went up to the guy, and then that girl went over there and they started like kind of like ravish. What is it? What's the proper word for it?
from the Resident
Ravishing,
Evil. Welcome.
ravish. Was it ravishing? Ravishing each other. It was freaked out, and that's why I told the guy that I needed to go. He wasn't going to let me, and he said, "You're lucky," and he let me out. He said, "I'm not supposed to let nobody out." I mean, it could have been swingers, right? I never seen swingers, but they were freaking growling and biting like animalistic. Does that
An
make sense?
an animalistic orgy. Wow.
No, but it was a bar, and he had those lights, the techno lights, whatever.
The strobe lights.
And there was music being played when all these things were happening. It's kind of like they were having a swap party or something, man.
I hope it
It was
wasn't
just
techno music.
no, 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 no. It was just they were acting weird. They were acting animalistic, man.
You got lucky. You let you out of there, man.
What do you think would have happened if I would have stayed? I,
You
I I
probably
didn't
be
want to
a
know.
you probably be a Bigfoot now.
I'm just saying that's what happened. I was 19, and the guy that was guarding the door was massive, man.
He could have been a dog man.
Hmm?
He could have been a werewolf.
Werewolf in Paris. I don't recall that movie. I never remember the American Werewolf in London, but no, this is. I told my friends about it, and they never been to the place. They never went to the place. They never been there. All the time that I've been there to B-15s, I had never seen nobody go down there. But this night was around the time frame of October when this happened.
Winter solstice. Winter solstice.
The what?
The winter solstice, cousin. It's a pagan ritual.
Yeah, yeah. I got the hell out of there. Luckily, the guy let me out. He didn't want to at first, but he looked around. It's like somebody was following orders from somebody because he looked around like that. He looked around and he opened it up and said, and he just cracked the door a little bit so I can get out. Then he closed it, and I got the hell out of there.
Wow.
I wonder it was like, I mean, I never found out what it was about. I never went back to the location. It was the only time I ever seen it open was that one time.
Hmm.
Somebody
You had
said
never
demon.
told me that. You had never told me that story, cousin.
Oh man, I got so many stories I don't even speak about.
Sounds like a good time though. Just say it.
I mean, I was 19 and I see these things here, like what the maybe for somebody that somebody that might be living in sin or something, but me, Yeah, I was in the military and stuff, but Germany wasn't about me going out there and be messing with women or nothing like that. It was just me being there as a soldier, go drink a couple of beers, go back to the village, do my job. But yeah,
We started
a matter of fact, since we're talking about this,
we
a
started
lot
in
of
Evan, yeah.
a lot of soldiers that are missing, that are still missing to this day, they count them as AWOL. That they're missing, they went AWOL in a foreign country, and that's what they're considered as right now, even till this day. When I was leaving their location, they showed me a list of people of all the missing soldiers that are missing. So there was a lot of missing soldiers in Germany that are considered AWOL till this day. And I would say to myself, why would anybody go AWOL in a foreign country? I can understand they go AWOL in the United States, but in a foreign country. So there's still a lot of missing people that never came back, that they don't talk about because the government hides things. They never came back to the United States because they're still AWOL in Germany. How you doing, Joe Breezy? He said, I saw not a beer, some crap called Twisted Tea.
I haven't tried that yet either, Joe Breezy. I stopped drinking, so I've never tried it. Saw a cousin of mine get wasted on that. He drank like a 12 pack and couldn't stand up after that.
Bunny
You're
Honey
welcome,
Bear said
Joe
he
Breezy.
found a special underground bar. Well, I think they're considered like taverns because they're underground.
Well, literally, it was underground because they went downstairs.
But the door, dude, it was made out of pure metal. That it took a big dude to close that door, and you had a big old chain lock and a big old lock, on it. That's what
The
freaked me
shit
out.
was about to go down, cousin. You're lucky you got out of there. You would have been somebody's snack.
Yeah, the way the female, there was one that jumped on top of the freaking bar, right? And she was fucking, excuse my language. She was crawling like a freaking animalistic on the freaking thing, making a freaking weird noise, like growling. Then she jumped off and went toward there was some guy, and then that girl went running. It's like the way they were acting, like
Very
freaking
wolfish.
like animals. Yeah, like animalistic. Yeah, well, the guy, the security guy, was freaking huge, man. He had to be at least, he was up there like almost to 7 foot, but he was pure muscle, dude. That he was big enough to be able to move that big old steel door. It was huge. It was a big door. Uh, I just He told me I'm not supposed to let nobody out, and he didn't want to let me out. He was literally guarding the door. Then I said, "Hey man, I got CQ and this," and he's just looking at me. He looks to the left and to the right, and people are already acting animalistic in the freaking bar. So he just opens it up and cracks, and I never went back. I got the hell out of there. I ran out of there, man. Like fuck this. Excuse my language.
You were almost a Scooby snack.
I don't know, man. I'm not into all these other things that people are into, about swinging or none of that crap. But the way these people were acting didn't. They were acting animalistic, man. I'm telling you. The females, the way they were moving, even the way they were moving, man. When they were crawling, there wasn't crawling like a like some. It was, they had like an animalistic posture, and I don't know. It just something that I've never forgotten. Happened when I was 19 years old in Erlangen, Germany, by the bar of B-15s. Right beside it was the underground layer. I'm gonna say layer.
Yeah, that's what it
Underground
was.
layer.
It was about this story was about a bar he went to when he was in Germany in the Via's Angel. He met some werewolves. That's what I think they were, cousin werewolves.
Yeah, the guy guarding the door, man. He was freaking massive, dude. Back then, 19. I was weighing
Probably 150, 175.
165,
I wasn't that far off, man.
165, 175, 165, 165, 170. That guy was. I'm telling you, he was huge, man. And that's way over 300 pounds. I mean, he was massive, but he was all muscle. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, just the way they were acting. It's not like they were kissing. That's the thing, that they were kissing each other, and I think they were like literally biting each other.
They could
Like,
have been skinwalkers.
yeah, like biting each other and shit. That's what freaked me out when they started doing that, and it's like everybody was somebody else that they initially entered there with, and it's like I'm there, and the first thought that comes to me is like, well, I'm here by myself. They all came together, and I said to myself, like, shit. My mind started thinking because the way they were acting were animalistic. I said, oh shit, I stepped into somewhere I'm not supposed to be. The guy didn't want to let me out, but he let me out. But he was looking left and right because everybody was busy biting each other. So he let
Wow.
me out.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I never experienced nothing like that. I mean, I went to a swingers club once, man, and this that's when I used to shave my head bald, and this girl there licked my head and said she liked bald men, but that's as far as it went, man.
Neva's Angel said they do have orgies. Most satanic parties too creepy. Well, it was in a party. I come out of a bar called B15s, and I see a group of people, a lot of people going downstairs to a building that I had never been to. So I said, well, let me go see what this is about, and I walked in there, and that's when everything else happened. As soon as I was the last one in, the dude locked the door, put this big old, you could hear the chain like making the sound like, the sound of the chain, and he put a big old lock on it. Had a key around his neck. The key was around his neck. All I know is freaking all this thing started happening. I started freaking out. I wasn't afraid, but then I was in a situation, oh, in between of not afraid, but I knew that I was in a situation that if shit happened, I was going to have to fight a lot of freaking people.
That's crazy,
Basically,
man. That's crazy. I've never been in a situation like that, man, where somebody's gonna eat me, literally. Hi,
I ain't doing under fire.
under fire. All right.
It's like, when you hear about people that pretending to be vampires, and I said to myself, this is in freaking 1990 when I'm in Germany, right? And I'm like, we're in 2024, and you hear about people that say that they're vampires, that they drink blood off of ivy bags and stuff like that. So what I witnessed over there's no ivy bags. It was people gnawing on each other.
They were trying to get it from the tap.
Somebody said that's an orgy. You're lucky you got out. Never's Angel, how do you know about that?
Literally, Smurfy. He was the young fresh meat.
Oh, shit. That's an orgy. You're lucky you got out. They have parties at clubs and bars. You're lucky to flee. What would have happened to me? You were the young fresh meat.
She was literally gonna eat your glizzy, man. And then you afterward. Damn, that's crazy, cousin. I've never been in a situation like that, man.
Yeah, I was fixing to fight that guy, man. He knew I was
That was a,
serious.
that was a big guy, man.
It would
But
have been a battle, man.
it's like I've always told you when we were training. Take out the knees, the elbows. You can't put no
That was then
muscle
just
on
said,
that.
she's laughing. And she said, I've been told about them. You have gotten hurt or dead. No, I think there would have been a lot of dead people.
You're wrong, Murphy. Oh man, they would have made you eat bratwurst and schnitzel.
No, that would have been, man, they'd come at me. I would have been taking them out. I was highly trained. Not talking about military. I would have fought. No, the big guy didn't even talk. All he did said, "Can you let me out?" And went,
That's crazy, Red Runner. I'm your girl tonight.
"Nah, man, I don't know. I've never been to no orgy or nothing like that. But these people, it's not like it was a bar. There was booths. People were drinking. They were all partying, drinking in the booths. And as soon as he put that damn chain on and locked it, people started acting animalistic in that freaking bar. Now I was cool, just checking it out. Everybody seemed cool. Till as soon as you locked that damn door, everybody went crazy in there, like animalistic.
Wow.
I was just sharing that with y'all. So I had a couple of bad experiences in Germany. I got to meet the famous Strawberry Fest witch.
And then
Then
you went underground
and then went
to
to an
see
underground layer.
underground lair to go see the doggy style show. That's crazy,
And they were
man.
biting each other hard, bro. They were like fucking. Their skin was getting pulled and shit where they were biting.
Wow.
Like you could tell the bites were hard bites, man.
I think that is under fire.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff in Alemania in Germany, man. This, someone said the cigarette and donkey show.
Puff puff honky. Puff puff hee haw.
No, there were literally couples, man, and they started changing couples. Like this girl went over there. This girl, jumped on the freaking bar and started crawling on the motherfucker like she was some kind of freaking uh, animal or something. And she jumped off one and ran over there. She was wearing like a dress, and she started freaking biting that dude, and the dude started biting her back, and then I look over there, they're biting and they're biting. I was like, oh shit. I mean, none of this is such a thing as a place where they're biting each other like that, but they were biting hard. So yeah, they do that. Satanics love their uninhibited orgies. I sobered up
Mm-mm.
real quick. I seen that.
You knew then you had messed up.
Well, and they were eyeing me, man. They were eyeing me. It's like, nah, fuck this. Let me get out of here. The guy didn't want to let me out, but he let me out, and I got the hell out of there. It's their lair. They allowed strangers to find more victims or to add you to their group. Man, after that, strange incidents started happening to me. The woman that no, well, I told you about the incident of then that I thought was an Nosferatu. That when I
Which
was
one?
going to the bar, this bar was called Cheers. I mean, that's what the name of the bar was. Is a different bar called Cheers, and I opened the door, and it just smoke comes out, and you see all these drunk GIs in there, and I'm like, screw this, man. I'm just gonna go back to the billets and go order me a calzone pizza. Save my money and get me something to eat instead of spending it on beer. So when the door closes, when I got there was nobody there. It was kind of cold. It's around October time, same time frame. And when the door closes, I turn around. There's somebody standing behind me, and he's got an umbrella. He's got a hat. He's got a tan coat on, and he's looking at me, and he says that he knows who I am, and he's talking a different accent. He's talking to me in English, but with an accent. And I was like, oh shit, here we go. I said, how do you know me? And he said, I know who your grandmother and grandfather are. And I was like, oh, here we go, somebody fucking full of shit, whatever, right? And I said, okay, what's my grandfather and grandmother's name? Said the name of both of them, like that. My grandfather passed away in the 70s, and my grandmother passed away in 1980. Said their names like that. So I put it into another test, and I said, what are my parents' names? He said their names like that. And he's looking at me, and then he started saying all the names of my brothers and sisters. He said the name of my town, where I come from. He knew everything about me. And he's looking at me. And I didn't say nothing no more to him. All I did is turn around and walked away. I didn't even say good night. I walked away from him. ¿Cómo te fue? So, I walked away from him because I didn't know who the hell he was or what it was that he knew all these things about me. I'm in a foreign country. This guy's talking to me with a different accent from, I don't know if he was German or what nationality he was, but he knew everything about me, man. Everything about me. So there was two things that I thought about. First thing I thought about, well, maybe it's demonic because people that he mentioned was my grandmother and grandfather, and my grandmother was into the brujeria stuff. My grandfather was into the brujeria stuff, right? So I figured that it was something demonic. And I leave it at that. Like 2 weeks later, after that incident, I was kind of like iffy. I wanted to go back to the bar. I mean, shoot, I don't ran into to a bar that went downstairs and people were freaking biting each other. Then I run into this guy that say he knows my grandmother and grandfather, and he knew their names and everything. So I went back and I said, okay, this time I'm gonna go inside and drink. You know, so I go down and drink like a beer or two. It's 1 o'clock. The bars are closed at 2 in the morning. I said, you know what? Screw this. I said,
You're back.
I'm gonna leave back. I'm gonna walk back to the billets. So it's still cold outside. I step out the bar, and from across the bar, there's a park in between the bar and some apartments or buildings, right? Like a motel or whatever, or where people live. And I see this woman walking down through the park. She's got it's cold out there. She's got like a nightgown that's see through. She's not wearing nothing underneath because you can see through everything. She's walking barefooted through the park and coming straight towards me. She looks pale from the face. She stands right in front of me and she says she wants me to go with her. She wants me to go with her. And she pointed to her room that had a lamp on, that she wanted me to go up there with her. And I told her, I don't know who you are. There's a lot of other soldiers here that probably will go with you. Pick one of them, pick one of the other people. And she said, no, I want you to come with me. And I didn't. And I walked away. The other thing, I said that it possibly might have been demonic. Well, when I seen her, as pale as she was, as cold as it was out there, and she's walking barefooted, the other thing I thought about, it's either she was a ghost or she was a Nosferatu. The man that was asking me all these questions and knew about my family, that he might have been a Nosferatu, because they can read minds. They know your spirit, so they know what's in your mind. So it's like just a lot of strange things over there in Germany. You're figuring you're in a foreign country that nobody's going to know your name. But it might have been the name of the bar, Cheers. Everybody knows your name. Like the song goes from Cheers. Yeah. What was the name of the song from Cheers? Go to a place where everybody knows your name. Smurfy says, one day, man, but I'm too ashamed of the things I've done.
The past is the past, Murphy. You can only live in the future and learn from your past.
He was singing the song. They call me Tyrone.
I've done a lot of stuff in my life I'm not proud of either, Smurfy.
Nobody's perfect, man. I just, I guess with me is my mom was very strict, and she would always tell me to watch her. She trained me when I was a kid to watch her for these people trying to give me things because they were brujas. So when I was over there, all the things that I was shown, even with the curandera and all that, I had to follow my spirit, follow my heart. So that's what I did. I went with my instincts. If my instinct is telling me, hey, walk away, well, I'll walk away.
Be careful with the way you just posted that, Smurfy. You need to pause and say no homo. You didn't say where you have it, man. It could be in a bad place.
I was just sharing. I know we got out of. But I was talking about a witch at first, right?
You were
about
talking
the.
about witches and
Yeah, but I was talking about. Yeah,
possible skinwalkers, possible
yeah.
vampires. So
Germany, in
yeah,
Germany.
you covered the bases.
If I could, I'm gonna go to Google Maps one day and go into that town of Erlangen, Germany. See if I can find the statue of the witch. I know where the location was. Well, when I walked to where the Strawberry Fest was. See if I can get a Google Maps. See if the statue is still there. Maybe I can find the bar. If I can find the bar, I can find the underground layer, and I'll take a screenshot of it so y'all can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, cousin, we've been on here 2 hours and 45 minutes, cousin.
45 minutes, and we only have 24 viewers.
But at
Probably
least we
like
don't have any trolls.
any trolls. Yeah, we're keeping it real. Go ahead, cousin. You can talk now. I'll talk a little bit now. You can say whatever you want to say.
Well, cat's got my tongue, man. But uh,
Brujas, brujos, brujeria.
good
Uh,
night under fire. Have a good night, man. God bless you.
Good night, under fire. Buenas noches. Buenas noches.
I'm trying to think here, cousin. I'm trying to think. There's a little eye right here by where it says live, Bonnie, and it says how many people are watching right now. We're at 21.
We're how many? 22 viewers.
It was 21 a minute ago, but yes, 22. Brujos, brujos, brujas.
So it said that somebody's yeah. Uh well, you remember the activity that were happening at the house, man, when you were staying with
Hmm.
us? So say some of the activities that you were here, man. Like that you would say, hey, that's a bruja, there's a.
I'll tell you what, cousin. Check this out. When we buried my mom, me and my friend Juan were. Well, he wasn't drinking, but I was, and we were out in my mom's driveway. You remember that lady that used to live next to my mom on the not
On the left
not
side?
yeah,
Yeah.
not Tia's house, mom's house, but the one next
Yeah,
door.
yeah.
Well, it
On the
was
left side.
abandoned, man. It was abandoned because she died and it was abandoned. But you could hear stuff moving around in there, man. And that night we saw some like reddish eyes up in there in one of the windows. And the next thing you know, man, this black lechusa lands on the pole where the waterworks used to be,
Mm-hmm.
and it was black man, and it was looking at us, and it was calling, and the way they whistle, and my friend Juan looked at it. He goes, "He's talking to you." I go, "Who's talking to who?" He goes, "It's talking to you. It's trying to see when you're gonna leave." And I go, "Hey man, can you get rid of that for me?" And I don't know what he said to it, man, but he said like three words to it in a language that I didn't understand. and it took off flying, screeching, man, to the back of where Olga's house used to be, where she used to sleep. But yeah, I don't understand what he said to it, but he ran it off. Trying to read these comments.
So I've encountered. Okay, Brandon said, as long as no one tells me they walked into a bar, got drunk. When they walked out, they were wearing a dress and extra $100 and didn't feel manly. Don't want to hear it. LOL. Uh, Never's Angel. I have encountered two dogs one night. A black dog was blocking my entrance to get it into my yard. It jumped up and tried to bite me. My window was partly rolled down. Next thing, a white dog came. Awesome show tonight.
Preparation H.
Welcome, Anthony. Somebody says, any experience with positive entities? Yes.
Not on my end, Bounty Hunting Bear. Everything I've experienced has been there to try to do something to me. Hmm. When I lived in my baby mama's house, cousin, at night you could see shadow people running across the backyard. And I'm not talking about one or two shadow people. I'm talking about 10, maybe 20 shadow people walking, just running across the backyard like that, one right after the other. But like, we live next to the canal, so that's probably why the shadow people were there. But we had a floodlight in the back, man. You could see them just run like that, dude, one right after the other. So yeah, it was that place right there, that part of that neighborhood of the West Side neighborhood, man. Is that pretty haunted right there, man. Like I said, we turned off the lights and put some candles on, and my baby mama was walking like that. Then you see her shadow, and it's a female shadow, and then after that, you see a male shadow following her shadow. That weirded me out, and I told her, "Hey," she said, "What?" I said, "Come back over here," and she said, "What?" I go, "Walk back that way again," and then again you see her, then her shadow, and then a male shadow behind her. I never understood what that was. She said it was her dead brother, but you never know what it could be.
Yeah. What's up, sis? How you doing?
Hey, prima, ¿cómo estás?
Somebody said, why don't they come out during the day? They do come out during the day too.
And most of them don't because like Primo says, the sun messes up their camouflage.
They're camouflage. So they hide in the darkness, dark places.
Any questions, anybody?
Yeah, we're almost hitting the three hour mark, cuz.
Mm-hmm.
That depends on you.
I'm wide awake, man.
Wide awake.
Wide awake. I haven't even yawned once.
Oh man.
I know the scariest situation that your sister's been in. His
Well,
name was
Beatrice,
Joe Lopez. His name was Joe Lopez.
Joe Lopez.
Yeah, Stalker Butch?
You talking about Lupita.
No, I'm talking about Beatrice. We went to school with that guy named
Joe Lopez.
Joe Frank Lopez. He stalked your sister for years, man.
Was it a short guy?
She says you got jokes.
He was like 5'3". He
he
was like a
wanted
midget.
he wanted Beatrice to go live with him and his mom.
What?
Yeah.
Damn, she said, "You got Joe, cuz."
Yeah.
That princess.
She
Oh,
was
I remember
terrified,
him.
man.
He tried to
She was
send me a
ter-
friend request
yeah, she was terrified because
asking
every time
about
she get
asking
online, he
about
was
her.
there
I
trolling.
remember that. Dang, he's putting you on blast, sis.
Yeah, I'm just saying it was a scary situation.
Well, we're talking about stalking. How would he stalk her, cuz?
Every time she came online, man, he would be there just trolling, man. She couldn't be online for a minute because he was already there saying, "Hey, babe, how you doing?"
Dang.
See, she's saying he stalked her on Facebook, man.
Dang.
Yeah, it was a dangerous situation, man, because he was really out there, man. He was really out there. I told your sister, man, to be careful because he was stalking her, man. That boy was all gone, huh? I told Beatrice, what you do to that man for him to be acting that way?
Yeah, yeah, sis. We want to know. Runner wants to know. He likes the drama. So I think she had a couple of stalkers. She said, "I didn't do anything."
Oh man, that's crazy. But no, man, it's like I remember one time that the Beatrice told me, "Hey, quit sleeping over there. Come sleep on this couch with me over here by the window." And I didn't understand why she put her back to the window, and she was like facing me until like around midnight. That smiley mother sucker with the hat showed up and was going like that to the window, just looking at me. No, and that's when I understood why she always slept with her back to the wall. She wouldn't have to see him.
Smurfer said, "I was stalked by a gay dude for 2 years." What the hell?
Did he tell you don't knock it till you tried it?
Dang.
No, Smurfy, I feel your pain, man. When I was working at this place that I worked at for 15 years, my supervisors, they were both a couple, and them vatos would the more feminine one would always tell me, "Don't knock it till you tried it." I go, "Man, I don't have to try it, dude. I already know I won't like it. I'm allergic to penis. It makes my butthole swell shut."
Dang.
Yeah, I know he tell you stuff like that, and then when I tell him, I'd answer him back like way I just told you. He said, "You wouldn't believe how many times that worked." I go, "Really? You told somebody don't knock it till they tried it, and then they tried it? I don't see that happening, man."
So that's what y'all been hiding, eh?
Yeah, man, don't be hiding when somebody's trying to give you a penis, man. That just pause, no homo, bro.
Swell shut. What the hell?
Yeah, I'm allergic to penis. It makes my butthole swell shut and won't let it go in there.
Is Smurfer's nickname is Cauliflower.
Balloon knot.
Turned up inside out.
Hey, cousin, Beatrice says, what was that security guard's name that was your friend? Hi, Morgan.
Oh, shit.
That he would give you hugs. Oh, what's up with that, cousin?
No. That was
You
her
played the
friend.
crying game?
No, that was her friend because he liked her. and we call him Super Freak. Tell him the story, sis. I just can't remember what his name was. We just call him Super Freak. Hey, what was the name of the security guard that used to work at Longhorn?
Chico.
Chico. That's what his name was, Chico.
He was titty fruity.
Said it's too disgusting to say.
Did he tell you that it was his duty to please that booty?
That was her friend. He wanted her to do a favor to him. Her friend. But I didn't know. We didn't know none of this. So she said what happened. I was like, oh shoot, he's a freak. We started singing the song one night. We were drinking, feeling good. With my sister, when we were driving her back home, we're singing that song, Super Freak, Super Freaky. Yeah, he was a freak. At Longhorn. The name of the bar was Longhorn Saloon.
Why do you have a headache, Morgan? I'm sorry.
She says, I'll do you a favor. Let me find my scissors.
No. No need to find the scissors.
Oh, shoot. What? Sis, this is a rated PG show.
Wow. He wanted you to ride the Hershey Highway. That's messed up.
And you know what? He is with a female right now. She probably is probably where they're together. She's probably the one that's the dominant one in the relationship.
Le dijo, te voy a dar una de estas. And he goes, ¿una pistola? No, una rascada de culo, güey. Hey, speaking of that, Smurfy, somebody offered me a suppository the other day because I was sick, and I said, no, I'd rather be sick. Thank you very much.
My sister says he would always run to Abram to give him hugs.
You see, Abram? What's up with that, bro? You've been hiding that shit, man.
Nah, man. Yeah, I didn't know till she told me that he wanted I guess he liked her, and he wanted to talk to her. Say it's cool. That's my sister. Go ahead, man. You're a pretty cool guy. Then she called me and she let me know what he had told her, and it's like, oh hell no. After that, it's like I stayed away from him. I wouldn't even give him a handshake, bro. I wouldn't even give him a handshake after that, after what she told me.
That's crazy, man. No, I work with these cats, man. They were gay, dude. They were a couple. I worked with them for like 15 years. And yeah, man, he would always tell me, don't knock it till you try it. I said, no, thank you, man. I don't swing that way, brother.
I just see one. Thank you.
But yeah, man, that same cat.
He wanted her to do something to him. That's what's crazy. He was with females that were like that, doing things to him like that. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, I don't see that, man. There's certain places a woman should never touch a man, and that's the number one place a woman should never touch a man, dude.
And he was a tall guy, man. He was a tall guy, like pretty tall guy. You wanted the corn on the cob? Oh shit!
with butter. No, primo. That same cat, man. He would cut my hair for free every week.
You wanted like. Yeah, it's like after that, man. Luckily the Longhorn closed. I hardly see him anymore.
I told you, cousin. I told you,
My sister,
Morgan
she
said this.
runs into the freaks, man.
There's 4 days left, cousin. That's what Morgan says. 4 days.
Without butter. She should be meeting all the wrong guys. My sister.
Without butter, that's hardcore, man. That's prison style. Ni el salivazo está cabrón.
Without butter.
Friction.
Talking about sharding.
Talk about smoothing out those hemorrhoids. Damn speed bumps.
Bareback butter lovers.
Yeah, Oral Redenbacher.
Now going back to the subject. I know, man. That right there. What my sister was saying that he wanted to do. That's like a form of bondage or something, you know?
It's something, man, because he wants something going up that, man. I don't understand how any man would love that, man.
Runner, what you got anything to say about that? People like that, you call them bareback butter lovers.
It's crazy. Like this is not a bruja or anything like that, man. But the palero
Like
I used to,
incubus, no?
yeah,
have
something
that
like that. You're moving to Arizona next month, Prima. Why? Is Joe Lopez over there waiting for you? No, Morgan said it was 4 days, Ridge Runner. You know she was moving, cousin?
Yeah, she told me that she's moving with her son.
Hmm.
With my sobrino, the youngest. He was in the military. He lives in Arizona.
It's hot over there in Arizona, just so you know, Prima. And it's cold in the winter.
Never's Angels is in Arizona.
Oh, cool. You already have a friend out there, Beatrice. Hey, cousin, check this out, man. One time, my dad and I and this other good man were fishing, and uh, uh, we took a dog, right? And the dog was barking at this bush. So me and my dad went over there, right? In the bush, there was an owl, and it was on the ground in the bushes. So my dad was said, "Let's get him." I said, "Man, look at the claws on that thing, man. Look at the talons. They were some big talons." He goes, "Look, go that way, make him look over there." So I took off to the left, and the owl's head followed me this way, right? So my dad beamed that sucker with a with a big rock and knocked him the hell out. And we stuffed him in a bag, man, a plastic bag. We took him to that my dad's friend that was a palero, and it was knocked out, right? Uh, he saw it and he slapped it a couple of times, right? And he said, when these things hoot, it's impending danger. So he slapped it a third time, man. That thing woke up hooting. In 1 week's time, man, somebody had shot him. Yeah, they shot him, and he went for about 6 months with a colostomy bag, man, because they shot him in the gut and they had to put rubber guts in him.
Oh wow, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, he's the one who said that when they hooted, it meant something bad, and after he slapped it the third time, that it woke up and hooted. Yeah, but within a week, he got shot. He almost died. So, moral of the lesson: don't make them hoot.
The owls.
Mm-hmm. So I didn't believe him when he said that it was a bad omen when it hooted, but hey, after he shot him, after he got shot, I believed it after that. Of course, he tried to play it off that they shot him and he walked away without nothing. But I knew the guy that shot him. He said after he shot him the first time, he ran away crying and said, "They shot me, they shot me." Yo, you going to Phoenix? Awesome, B. You need to get out of Texas for a while.
Phoenix, Arizona.
I just thought I'd share that story with you, cousin.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he was right, man. Got shot. He got shot over some bull, though, man. He was renting a house across the street, and they were having a party. He went over there and turned down their music, and they shot him.
Morgan said I saw something about a woman that was eating a cat, and then when the police arrested her, that she must have been possessed. In the news today, or yesterday.
Wow.
She says, "Oh wow, Beatrice, I'm in Maricopa, Phoenix. Can be dangerous. At least you're with your what?
You meant
Oh,
to say son.
son." I was like, "Oh shit, sin." He said
So
it could be
that,
dangerous. A lot of gangsters over there.
so that means if I ever decide to go visit you, cousin, I won't be able to see cousin B. He'll be gone.
She's been saying for a while that she wants, her son wants her to move up there with him.
Right now, the thing that's stopping me from going to visit is my main truck is down, man. I haven't been able to fix it. I've been driving around in my backup truck, which I gave it to my son. He hasn't come picked it up yet.
A lot of wicked witches out there. Oh shoot!
Oh shit! Careful, B. You know that they like to follow you.
She knows what to do to fight spiritually.
Exactly. She had a good teacher.
We've been all our lives we've been fighting spiritually. Tie, binding, and rebuking in Jesus Christ's name. Saying to our Father. Uh, they don't like it when you start praying or you play Jesus Christ in front. It messes up the whole concentration of what they're trying to do. And
Wow,
they flee.
you got an epidemic of tecatos over there, Navia's Angel.
Gangs, tweezers, and tecatos. What is that?
Gangs and tweakers and tecatos, man.
What's
Tweakers are
tecato?
people. Tecatos are vatos that are hooked on on heroin. I said.
Oh shoot.
And then tweakers are vatos that are hooked on ice and fentanyl.
Oh damn.
Well,
So I know
that's
somebody had asked the question earlier. Uh, what's a comparison between the shapeshifter skinwalker with lechusas? Is the abilities to not just shapeshift, but summon other things to come and assist them spiritually.
that, and I believe that skinwalkers can change into various forms, but the chusas can only do the bird thing.
The bird thing. That's the only manifestation they can take. The shapeshifter skinwalker that can turn into any hide that they have.
So, do you think that the Wendigo is the evolved form of the skinwalker?
The Wendigo is of the ones that ate the flesh, the human flesh, cannibalistic, like a curse, right? They become the Wendigo. Uh, but in a sense of a way, like a shapeshifter skinwalker, they do certain rituals like blood sacrifices or whatever of animals. That's why there's a lot of animals always disappear. But the Wendigo is dealing with like people, regular people. If they start eating flesh or whatever, they can become a Wendigo. But it's like a curse for eating the flesh.
But it's like I told you, man, the natives from our area, there's a story saying that when there was a Spanish ship that was a ship ran aground near Sal Padre Island, man. The Indians tracked down the Spaniards, man, and they were eating them one by one because they were cannibals. Our ancestors were cannibals. We're probably part of those dirty Indians that you talk about.
Tanko was.
Mm-hmm.
They called dirty Indians. They would only go. The reason they called dirty Indians because they would be naked all the time, and they were just meat eaters. Not just meat eaters, like hunt for meat. They were cannibalistic. They were eating people, their body parts, the organs, the heart, the liver, whatever they could eat, they would eat. That's what they became Wendigos.
Mm-hmm.
But some could have been shaped. Imagine it's like because they're already practicing the dark arts, and so they have the powers of the skinwalker, shapeshifter. But then when they eat the flesh of people, then they become the Wendigo. So they have many abilities. You know what I'm saying?
They ride the wind.
They have many abilities. Basically, kind of in a sense of way, they're kind of like the same. They just different abilities. Yes, that's right, Morgan. But that's what it is. Witchcraft and necromancy, blood sacrifices. I mean, a lot of the pyramids, Aztecs, whatever. That's what they would do: blood sacrifices, because of the Watchers that had them killing people to collect souls, or that'll be one less person to be able to ascend, right? So a lot of people were being massacred that way through blood sacrifices.
Had their hearts taken out.
Hearts taken out. beheaded. Different. There was certain areas where they had different stages of torture, where they were torturing the people.
Been on
But
for
that's
3 hours, cousin.
yeah, we've been going on strong for 3 hours, but I think we might call it a night now. Unless you have something else to say to the audience, cousin.
No, cousin. I'm not experienced at the skinwalker thing, man. And I've seen very little witches. I've seen
Well,
a
you
lot
seen
of
it through the videos, cuz the activity that happens around me here at the in Central Texas. You're the
man.
one be saying, "Hey, cuz there's something there. There's something there."
It's because I'm like really attuned to things like that in nature, man, and I feel them before I see them. That's how come when you're out there exploring, man, I'm like, cousin, they're there. I can feel them.
Mm-hmm.
And then like that one video that you were out there that I told you I saw some dog men that were there. I don't know if you ever went back and looked at the video, but I saw two at least on your right hand side before you took that left turn. And they were there, and then when you pan back again, they were gone. But I saw them there. One day I'm gonna have to go over there so we can go investigate, man, and see what we can get into. Like old times.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of activity there. I just haven't gone back.
Are you
I've
still
been
hurt?
I've been staying away from that area.
Well, it's because every time you go in that area, they try to run you off, man. As soon as you go in there, they surround you.
They come in numbers.
Mm-hmm.
There's one day that I seen one. It was in a skinwalker. It was a dark spirit or shadow figure that when I was recording during the day, I seen it through my corner of the eye where it's floating in the air behind me, elevated from the ground. So I was trying to record it, but I couldn't record it. But it was floating behind me during the day, like it was mocking me.
Well, the greatest picture I've seen you post is the one where the spirit has an unk right here, a medallion, and it sinks into the floor. You remember that one that you posted?
Which
You
one?
said it kind of looked like Anubis.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I always catch a lot of activity. I see them with the naked eye, man. Sometimes when they surface up, I'm able to see them spiritually. I've seen that one. There was one day that I was walking back, right from when I took the right path all the way down. And I started walking back, and I started hearing wind chimes behind me. So I stopped and I look. I said maybe it's wind chimes from my house or something. So as I keep on walking, I hear somebody whistling behind me, like they're following me. That right there, the sounds that they make, that's a shapeshifter skinwalker. That they know those sounds, so they mimic them. But there's definitely a lot of activity there that I haven't gone back. That's why my kind of like my toes messed up because of going into those woods.
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to see if I ever go over there, man. We're gonna have to go do some investigating, man. See what we get into. Cause you know me, man. I like to explore. Like when we went to Las Minas de Sal del Rey, me and Mary, my
Hmm.
ex. Dude, I felt in danger the whole time we were out there, and we had no weapons or nothing, man. We were walking around in a nature reserve. There was javelin prints everywhere. There was snake trails everywhere, and then there was a footprint of this weird animal that had three toes. And
Is
then the top,
that's the area? Cause right there, you're talking about the one going towards San Manuel.
yeah, yeah.
That road, there's a picnic table, rest area on the left side. before you get to that area. There used to be a picnic table there, like a rest area. I know you remember that rest area that used to be there. Well,
Vaguely.
there's a dirt road to the left. That's the dirt road where I had the encounter of that the demon man, the one that was all
Oh,
midnight black.
yeah, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, no, man, but like I said, we went in there. We went in there, man, and my senses, they were on fire, man. I mean, I was goose pimpling, man. My hair's on end, and I just felt like we were surrounded the whole time we were there because we were in the woods, man. It's a nature reserve, so there's nothing but woods out there, man. And it took us a while to find the salt lake, and then she wanted to collect the salt, so I had taken some water bottles,
Hmm.
and we drank a couple of water bottles and collected 2 water bottles worth of that salt that comes from the earth, natural salt. And then when we walked out, I felt like we were being followed, man. And like I said, my senses were on full alert. And then I got us lost. Uh, I sat my ex down on the side of the road and I walked up toward San Manuel because I thought we came out before where the truck was parked. I guess I walked like 5 miles, man, and I couldn't find it, so I walked back. And then we walked about 3 miles down the other way and we found the truck, man. But yeah, the whole time we were out there, I felt like we were being
Followed.
surrounded, man. And I don't know what animal made that track of 3 toes, man, but it was probably a huge bird. I don't know, man. But
It
it was
sounded like a
heavy
bird,
because
3 toes.
it, yeah, it was heavy because the prints they were dug in deep, man. You could see it that it had claws on it as well.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it could have been el pájaro. You never know.
It's just when the Holy Spirit opens your eyes, reveals them, they act like, oh shit, you can see us.
Yes, Murphy.
Yeah, that's what they do to me when I go to the woods. Doesn't matter what woods I go to, the things that are there, they always surface up. Uh, it's surrounded. That's why I wear protection around my neck. The black tourmaline and the selenite. Maybe I can you can see me better like that. But anyways,
Yeah, we're down
I
to
know
18.
in this town Hargill, there's a lot of brujas there, man. Hargill, Texas. You'll feel it as soon as you get into the town. It's heavy. Even heavier than how it feels in Raymondville, man. I'm
I don't
telling
know,
you.
man, because it feels pretty heavy in Raymondville, man. There's a lot of witchcraft and narcomancy going on there, man.
Yeah, but in those towns, también there's brujeria too. It's heavy. Hargill, you go into the town, you're gonna feel weird. But yeah, our town is bad, man.
There really is, man. And as soon as you cross into the city limit sign, you feel bogged down with all the way it feels with the witchcraft that's in that town, man. As soon as you pass that city limit sign, you feel it. It's on you.
Yeah, I remember all the brujas coming at me, man, when I was a kid.
I've been. My ex told me there's another mina de Sal del Rey that's not going to San Manuel. It's going the other way. We were trying to go visit it, but I never got around to it. What's up, Texas? Learning. How you doing?
How you
Welcome.
doing, Texas Learning? I know, like in Fort Owen, California, they have a location like that, like a Sal del Rey that's out there, but we're not allowed to go there.
There's a reason why, I bet you.
Yeah, yeah, they don't let us go. We don't train in that area because a historical marker. Texas learning. Yeah,
You
we've
was
been
on
going on
earlier.
for about 3 hours now, I think.
Yeah, about 3.5 hours, cousin.
Uh, so we're talking about Brujas and Brujos in Hargio. The reason I say is bad in Hargio because the day that I went over there, they were doing elections, and during the elections, people want you to vote for them. So they were having their barbecue. They were having chicken and all kinds of food, and it was free,
You were trying to
right?
buy your vote.
So yeah, so my cousins invited me to go over there with them. They were gonna spend some time with the other primos. They were gonna drink some beers. I was there, and there was this female there, and we're talking. You know, she was way older than me, like probably 10 years older than me. And she was telling me if I wanted to go to her house. You know, she was telling me she had kids. You know, just talk as friends or whatever. You know, so I'll go over there. You know, and we're just talking and drinking beers. You know, I think I was drinking a Old Milwaukee Best. You know,
No, I
I was
remember that beer.
like 17 years old. I was drinking beer, and we were just talking all afternoon, and it was already going to be 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and you know, I guess my primos, they were over there with my cousins, and I had driven them over there in their car. So all of a sudden, I see something happen to the female where all of a sudden she grabs all her children, puts them in a little circle, kind of like what used to happen to us, sis, if you're still here. And she put her kids in a little in the bedroom, and she says, "You better go before they get here," you know. And I'm looking at the clock; it's like 9:57. He said, "You got 3 minutes to live, to leave before they get here." I said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Who's gonna be here?" And she said, "Brujas and brujos. They're gonna be here, talking about brujas and brujos, And it's like I looked at the window; it was like 9:50, 59. So there's nobody out there, right? Whatever, 9:50 9:59. And then she's like, the clock hit 10. It's too late. She said, "It's too late. They're here. They're here." She's like, "Don't open the door. Don't open the door." And I said, "There's nobody outside." When I open the door and I step outside, it was a shitload of people in their yard, man, just standing there, all over your yard. I could see people across the dirt road in the field. I mean, a lot of people, like 40, I don't know, a lot of people. And they're standing there like in a trance-like state, like, like just standing there looking at me, like you're not one of us or something, like the way they're looking at me. And I was like, where the hell did all these people come from? There's a lot of them. So I'm looking at her and I say, "Hey," I said, "what are y'all doing here?" They wouldn't say nothing to me. They're just like, and I looked at her and said, "Okay." I said, "Our Father, who art in heaven." They all start praying. They all start they start running. Some start running back into the woods, and they're just running, scattering everywhere. So I'm saying the Our Father. I walk out of there and I keep on praying till I get to my cousin's house. And I get my primos who are drunk off their ass. I throw them in the vehicle. I get in there and I drive back to Raymondville the back way, through the Devil's Curb, whatever they call it, Las Curvas del Diablo, a back road
Hmm.
over there by Argyle, and we make it back to Raymondville, man. But there was a lot of people, brujas and brujos there. I mean,
Wow.
they were out in the open, dude. Like you could tell the vibe that they had, that there were brujas and brujos, and there was a lot of them. I thought she was playing around.
I've never experienced anything like that, cousin. That right there just blew my mind, man. Every time you tell me that, That
Uh,
story that blows my mind because that's like a gang of warlocks and witches, man.
my prima said. My prima said that those individuals that burned the church, the
Oh
Catholic Church.
wow.
That's how bad it is over there. That they burned the church down. I remember she was pissed off and she was like, "Estos brujos y brujas de aquí, they messed up our place of worship. They burned the church down. They burned the Catholic Church down."
Wow, and the cops and them didn't let them get away with it? Wow, that's crazy.
Just put it this way: when I was younger, I'd say, "Hey, cuz, you're gonna hook me up with a friend," and she said, "Primito, como eres tú con tu corazón, te chupan te van a chupar te van a chupar las lechuzas aquí. No está bueno que vengas para acá, primo." She said
Wow.
that the lechuzas will drain my blood. Basically, brujas and brujos. Morgan said, "Anybody in the chat ever met someone later you found out they were practicing evil?"
Texas
Well, yeah,
lady
I've
said,
said a couple of
yeah.
stories already of the person that wanted to want me to do Bible study with me and turned out to be evil. But she's talking about practicing evil. They were doing witchcraft.
My dad's friend, the one I told you that showed me that mirror trick, that it was black magic.
Hmm.
He came when my dad introduced us to him. I was what, maybe 11 or 12, and I had never met him. So my dad introduced us to him, and he acted like he was a good guy. As soon as my dad went inside, he started saying that he was a devil worshiper, and check out this trick. He goes, don't think of nothing, don't think of breathing, don't think of laughing. Just look into my eyes, and you'll see the trick. And the trick was that if you stared into his eyes without thinking of anything, his face would metamorph into a demon face. So yeah, he practiced evil. He told us that he practiced black magic.
Children says, "I'm sad to say my own mother does santeria." Uh, I would say my grandmother. As far as I know, the only reason I didn't know, I know of strange events that would happen, but it was when she passed away that I was in the back of the hearse. I got cousins that were 30 years older than me, older cousins. When I was barely like in sixth grade, so I was one of the pallbearers. Me and my brother were one of the pallbearers, and my older cousins are singing the song. They're from Hargill. They were singing a song, hi ho, the wicked witch is dead. And I'm looking at them, it's like, hey, primo, ¿por qué le estás faltando respeto a la abuela? Why are you doing that? We had him in Birder. We were going towards the cemetery. We had him in Birder yet. And I tell him that. Then my big cousin looks at me and looks at my younger cousin, Juan. He said, primito, dile que era la abuela. Then my cousin that's older than me, he said, no, cuz era bruja, like saying she was a witch. Which explains a lot of events, a lot of things that were happening at our house. The bangings, the women speaking, and all this activity that was happening was because of residue left behind because of witches against witches means black magic against black magic. Portals being opened because they're fighting spiritually amongst one another. Beelzebub cannot cast out Beelzebub. So that's what was happening. I found out later on through other people that she was a dark witch, and there was another dark witch that was related through the CS from Hargill, and they were fighting one another for my grandfather. So that's where it came from. Where there was a lot of activity happening. Basically, the witch, the dark witch from Hargill, was sending things to our house because we live in the same lot, and then she was sending things back that way. So it was just going back and forth, back and forth. That's what I found out. And of course, I seen that being that I told you all about. I think I've shared this story with you all many times of the collector. The year before she died, I think I shared it with you, cuz.
Yes. Exuberance. I actually have an altar
Oh yeah,
from when I used to. My dad used to practice palo mayumbe. It's going on 3 hours and 41 minutes, cuz.
you see, my sister said that man that would go once a year to her house. Well, it wasn't a man; it was a demon in the form and the manifestation of a man. You brought it up. I can say I can tell you why I know what it was, because I was there when the final year that he came to her house. I was she had invited me. It was a Sunday, and she had made capirutada, which is this bread she would like to make with raisin and apple and pecans and all kinds of stuff in it.
Nice bread pudding.
And yeah, bread pudding. So I went over there, and I had finished eating my capirutada, because my sister knows. She was always inviting me over there to go to her house to watch wrestling or watch TV with her to keep her company. So I'll go over there. My mom would always tell me, "Don't be going over there," but I went over there, and I had barely finished eating, and I heard somebody knocking on the door, and
Something like that, exuberance.
she's like, ve, fíjate quién es. So I went to the door. It was like 3 knocks. So I went there, and there's this man standing there. He's got black pants and a red shirt. And he said, "Está la mujer de la casa." It's the woman of the house here. And I said, "Ama, es un hombre. No sé quién es." So she starts walking down the hallway. She's walking real slow because she's already old. And when she sees him, she goes steps back 3 steps, like she's scared. And then the man tells her in Spanish, "Me vas a dejar que entre? Are you gonna let me in?" And she's like, "Sí, sí, sí, pásale, pásale, pásale." But it's kind of like he was asking her permission to let him in. She let him in, and she was like, dice tu favorito. No, I made you your favorite, which was the capirutada. He walked over there, sat down on the chair. This is like in the 70s, y'all, like 70, 79, 79, 79, the year before she passed away.
No, exuberance is a pyramid of Chango Macho.
You show it after this story, because you can show it if you want
No,
to.
no, I was just telling him. You can go going, cousin. Sorry.
So he sat down, and I was just looking at him, because I had never seen this guy before, and she's telling him that made your favorite? And I'm like, I've never seen this guy before, you know. So I'm standing and I see gnats. There's gnats flying underneath by his legs, by his right leg. There's gnats and flies, and I'm looking and it's like, man, why is there gnats and flies there? You know. So I was curious. I went underneath snuck in underneath the thing because when he grabbed the capirutada, she gave him the whole bowl, the whole big bowl. Put it in there. He didn't have no spoon or fork. He just started eating it like a dog, and he was making this animal sound like eating it like an animal, like a dog. So I'm underneath the table, and when I'm lifting the pant leg, I see the leg of a goat. That's what I see, a leg of like a goat or something with like a goat or a leg of a donkey or something in that nature. And he
Something with
kicked
the
me.
hoof.
Yeah, he kicked me, and I freaking hauled ass out of there and stood up, and he stood up, threw the bowl like that, and he hit. The bowl was empty, and he looked at me, and he was looking at me real mean, and he said, pointed at me, and he said, he's está muy fuerte. He's too strong. I'm gonna take him. Said he was gonna take me, and then my grandmother's like, no, 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 no. So entonces me voy a llevar a ti, es tu tiempo. I said, I'm gonna take you. It's your time. And she said, no, no, todavía no, no, not yet, not yet. And then he said, si no me puedo llevar a él, ¿a quién me voy a llevar? If I can take him, who am I gonna take? And she mentioned my uncle's name, Esteban, which is my uncle, her son. Then he looked at her. He said, okay. He said, un año vengo para atrás. En un año. Dice, te voy a dar un año más. I'm going to give you one more year. So he walked down the hallway, walked out the door, he walked out the main gate, and I'm trying to see where this guy is going. My grandma's telling me, don't go, don't follow him. My mom is yelling from the house, don't follow him. He's going down the street. I go up to the front of the gate. I see him going up the hill, takes a left. So I'm running, and both of them were shouting at me, not to follow it or whatever. So when I go up the hill, I see him. This is what I see, like a time rip in time, where time opens up. It went through there, and time closed, and the regular picture, the regular scenery is normal. He went through time itself like a gap in time where it disappeared. Like about 2 weeks later, things started happening in my uncle's house. That they were saying that there was this man looking for him, yelling, asking for his name. They said there was a man in boots coming to the house at nighttime, banging on the door, calling him to come outside. Right? We were there, spend the night, and it happened. You could hear something walking in, like they have boots, but it's not boots. It's the hoofs. They're mistaking the hoofs for boots. And he was calling them to go outside because his own mother sent him that ways. So what happened to my uncle is he became demonized because I guess he went outside and it attacked him. So we had to pray for him, in which he was literally, this is the truth. He was climbing the walls. Climbing the wall. He was on the wall like a freaking lizard, climbing the wall. And then he would jump off the wall, land on the bed, and start acting like a rooster when my uncle was being demonized by it.
Wow.
So we got together, all together, my brothers, my sisters, and my cousins, and we started praying, praying for him. We're praying and we're praying until eventually what had possessed him came out of his body. It was like a dark shadow, unclean spirit, demonic spirit, came out of his body. When it went out the window, he blew out the screen when he left. When it left, my uncle became better, but we had to pray against it in order for my uncle to be healed. He was possessed. See, my sister remembers this. Somebody said my normal abnormal page is blocked.
Yeah, there's a guy in here that has another show, another channel, but his other channel is blocked. He just finished editing, so he stopped by to say hi.
Well, the only person I know that's got abnormal is Corn the Cob.
His channel, his backup channel is called Wide Open Adventures.
Oh, Wide Open Adventures. Oh, I don't know, man.
His other channel is called what? Let me.
He's saying abnormal page, but the only abnormal I know is Corn the Cob group.
Well, Morgan seems to know him.
Or Morgan knows him.
Yeah.
But basically, that's what happened. You know, uh, and that's wicked. I'm talking about witches. How would you do that to your own son or even to your next of kin? You know, for power. That's ridiculous. You know, that's why I talk about the things that I talk about.
So that goes right up in our family, man. It's like I've suspected that the person that's been killing off the elder de la Fuente is like my mom and her brothers is our uncle Joe Rodriguez, the truck driver,
Mhm.
because his son looks older than him. He hasn't aged, so I'm thinking he got
Straining the life.
he got the life force from the elder de la Fuente kids, and he's using that to keep himself young.
So that's Mike McGee right here, according to the Cobb. I
Morgan
mean, you
says,
haven't he hasn't been coming in a disrespectful way.
no,
He
no.
said this is what he's saying. His name is Mike McGee. Somebody put a it's yes, it's me, Mike. Is it Mike McGee? He's saying that his channel got blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, abnormal. And I know he hasn't been bothering me there for a while, so
We'll
he
let
could
him make it.
stay if he wants
We'll let
to.
him make it.
I'm not a bad person, man. It's
No, we'll
just
let him make it.
huh?
We'll let him make it, man. He can stay as long as he's respectful. Unless you want him out now.
You see, yes, I'm the owner of Normal. I just was in and stopped by. Yeah, I don't know, man. What happened to your channel? I know YouTube's been acting weird. That I've been doing my lives through StreamYard. I know there for a long time you have been trolling me there, man. But I said that if you come in or whatever, we're just gonna let it be. You know, in which you're more than welcome to stay. So long you're listening to the conversation, you want to participate, that's fine too. But we spoke about this that we're not gonna allow anybody come in here disrespecting us or the members. So I don't know. There's so many people with so many fake profiles nowadays that you don't know if they're even being truthful.
And then if it's been blocked and you haven't been trolling, we cool.
Well, I haven't been doing the lives on YouTube anymore. I've been doing here through StreamYard. I mean, we haven't seen you come in here for a while now. Well, about a week. Somewhere around there, cousin.
Somewhere around there. Well, that's pretty cool, man. You just wanted, you haven't been trolling, and you just wanted to let us know it wasn't you. Then, as long as cousin Abe is cool, we cool.
So I just want to know I haven't been trolling you at all. One you hear from me. So he's saying it was impersonators. I don't know, man. Whoever it was, they sure targeted us. That uh, that I couldn't add my cousin as a guest to Adam to do the lives with me. So you saying you call Wide Open Adventures? I don't know, man. I don't know if that's corn of the cob, man. It's kind of like they're making fun of him.
Well, as long as he's here respectfully, man, we'll let him make it,
No,
man.
I'm,
We'll let
I'm
him
just saying
play.
by the name, just the name. Look, it says Wide Open Adventures. I don't think that's him. It's like they're making fun of him. Wide open, get it? Because nah, I haven't blocked nothing, man. We're just happy doing the lives we're doing, and we're not opening up. I already talked to the admins, or I mean the moderators here. Anybody comes in disrespectful, just put them out. So if you're blocked for a reason, man. You know, that's all I can tell you. You're blocked because you were doing something wrong. If you're blocked from one of the moderators that blocked you, you know, I don't know. Like I said, maybe it might be YouTube that blocked you because I'm not even doing. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube, but I'm doing it through StreamYard, so that has nothing to do with us
Hmm.
or to do with me from my group. He
He
said it's
says it
been a
will
block.
prove it is me.
I don't know, man. We've been pretty happy without all the drama here for a while. So we're
Well,
just gonna
thank you,
keep it
Rob.
like this, man. If you wanna, I haven't blocked anybody or anything like that. You wanna come in with a wide open ambitious, hey, go ahead, man. But I don't know if that's you or not. Not nowadays, you can trust anybody.
That's
Thank
a
you, brother
good
Rock.
thing. That's a good thing, Wild Open Adventures, that you have no interest in trolling. We appreciate that.
Yeah, it's like I haven't gonna be going trolling anybody, to anybody's group. I just too busy trying to do my own thing here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I know I was being targeted there. Uh, I don't know what was going on with YouTube. I know that they were making some new changes. They were looking into things. Maybe it's Facebook that did that. I don't know. Did they've been seeing your activity that you might have had multiple accounts, and maybe that's what they did. That I don't know. So I just heard you were upset with me and saying bad things. It wasn't me. Uh, I know there was somebody here coming with an account called Corn the Cob.
I
I've
remember
seen you.
that account.
I've seen you come in with abnormal investigations one time. There was a lot of things happening, but we started blocking anybody coming in here with drama. Now, whether it
We
was
don't,
you or not, I don't know.
we don't like telenovelas.
Yeah, we're not into the drama, man. And as you can see, if I'm talking to you nicely, because I really didn't have nothing against nobody. It's just when people were trying to come in and start drama here, not let me do my show, then I don't know who blocked your other. Even does it exist still? I
It
mean, I
wasn't
don't know.
us.
We'll find out right now if this person is saying the truth. You said that you've been blocked. You say you have wide open adventures? Uh, I'm going to ask you a question. Is your group still working? Abnormal investigations. Let me see. You streamed. You streamed one day ago. Abnormal investigations is live one day ago. You streamed one day ago. I don't know. All I know is I give instructions to the moderators. If somebody's coming in here, starting problems, to boot them out.
It says abnormal investigations is blocked.
Well, if you're blocked, you're blocked. You had to be blocked for a reason, man.
It wasn't us, man.
It wasn't. It
We don't,
wasn't us.
we don't mess with nobody.
No wonder it's been pretty peaceful and quiet, man.
I told you. I told you we've been troll free for the past 2 days.
For about a week and a half, troll free. No drama. I'm able to do my shows with no interruptions or disrespect. Uh, at times, the members there were just ragging on the people that were trolling us, but it's like for about a week and a half, it just ceased. No more trolls, and I like it
Okay.
that.
So you said that you wanted him to hear from you that you're not trolling him. You have no interest in it. It was never you. Okay. You said it. We heard. We heard you.
I don't know. It's been pretty troll free.
Well, if he's
That's all
blocked
I can say.
if he's blocked from our chat, then one of the moderators blocked him.
And I trusted my moderators to do the right thing. Because I spoke to them and I told them that we don't got no time for drama. If anybody's coming here disrespectful, to do what they got to do. Yeah. If they're blocked from the chat, it's for a reason. They're just not going to get blocked for no reason.
It might have been me. You never know. I am that type of person.
I mean, I think the one that did get blocked was the corner of the cop guy.
Yeah, I blocked him too.
Yeah. So if that was you, then that's why your AI is blocked because you're pretending to be corner of the cop. But you said it wasn't you. But it's there's been no corner of the cop. Corner of the cop just disappeared, man, from the face of the earth.
That's your six, cousin.
Oh, I'm not angry at all, man. I've never really
Me?
been angry. I can go with the joke. Somebody joking around or somebody comes acting a fool. We just go with the show jokes. And I'm not trying to, yes, there's a lot of laughs, but it's not about that for me. It's about doing my spiritual works.
Yes, sir. And I
And I'm
bet it
not
was
mad
you,
at all.
Beatrice.
I'm not mad, but if your AI is blocked, it's because you were coming in here doing something you wasn't supposed to be doing. I see a lot of members that are here that come respectfully, and they're here because they join the conversations and they're listening to the combos. I was trying to figure out what happened to Corner of the Cob because we haven't been hearing them for a while. I'm not worried about the trolls. It's been troll free for how long? For about a week and a half. Troll free.
Hmm.
Said I was
That's
just
about
told
it.
you
That's
make
about as
fun of
long
me
as I
for
haven't been
not
able to get on.
country now. These people are not me. They're making you do this. All due respect, never was me. Uh, no, if I was making fun of something, it was that Corn the Cob guy account that was coming in and targeting me. He was coming here being disrespectful, and he got blocked, I believe, by one of the admins, one of the moderators. So I was just responding to the craziness of the Corn the Cob account was coming in here sideways. I'm just letting you know. And if that Corn the Cob got blocked, and you're saying you're blocked, well, what is that saying to me? That you're the same. Corn the Cob and AI are the same. Now you come in here with a different account. So okay, they said you made fun of me not having Hunter. If you didn't, I apologize. No, what I said was that Hunter was home safely with his mother because there was an account coming in here talking crap, and he said corn the cob, and that's what you go by, corn the cob. So I was saying that Hunter is home safely with his mother, that she's doing an awesome job of raising Hunter. That's what I said.
Exactly, word for word.
Uh, and you've had many profiles with different names, man. No, if your AI is not you're not able to get here with AI, that means the other accounts that you got are not able to get on here either. So you come up with this other account called Wide Open Adventures. Is it even you? Is the question. I don't think it's this guy, man. Honestly, just for the name, Wide Open. I'll just leave it
Hey,
at that.
cousin. Hey, cousin. Hey, cousin. Do you think it's kind of funny that he came in right at the beginning of the demonic hour?
Yeah.
We're 24 minutes into the demonic hour, cousin.
Well, so now how come you don't come in here with your account of you come in here with Stephen Michael McGee before on YouTube? How come you can come in with your regular name? Come in with your regular name because you used to come with your regular name over there on YouTube. So I know you have more than one account. So now you're here with an account called Wide Open Adventures, I'm not pissed. Let me see. Seeing he's got videos on Wide Open Adventures. I seen you got a video on a number of investigations you did yesterday. I'm not going to look into the video, man. No, I think this person here is not that guy, man. Honestly, I don't think it's that guy at all. So let's
Well,
do a little. Let's do
Morgan
a little.
recognized him immediately.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's him.
What do you
But
say, Morgan? Is this him or not?
okay, since you're in the apologizing, let's put it to the test. Let's put it to the test here. See if this guy is the real guy. What was the name of the account you had when you disrespected me and Bettina Moss? Give me the first name of the troll profile you used. The first name.
Talk about bringing the show to a screeching halt.
Nah, nah, I just want to see if he says the name. If he can't say the name, then I don't think it's that person. Sácalo.
Let him answer.
Yeah,
If the answer is incorrect, then bye bye.
yeah,
It was
just
Damon.
yeah, sácalo. Sí es, a mí que sí es, pero it could be somebody else que sabe la historia. Yeah. Anyways, the only thing I can say, man, is this. Sometimes
I don't know how
when
to. I don't know how to get him out of here, man.
yo lo saco, uh,
Sácalo, prima, si puedes.
ya lo
Oh,
sacó.
okay.
He's banned.
Como le dicen en el valle, en el Raymondville, que se vaya la birdie.
The reason he's not here no more, brother and sisters, is because for 3 years he targeted me for 3 freaking years on Facebook, YouTube, targeted me for 3 years. You know, I forgave him so many times, but you know, whether it's him or not, you know, I've talked to the moderators that if the corn the cob will show up here, you know, even with a different profile, that I don't want him here because he's disrespected or my or channel numerous times. That we're done of entertaining this guy in any kind of way, shape, or form.
He's trying to apologize now that he's gonna go get his cob corn.
I don't know if it was him or not. You know, it could be somebody with a fake account.
Oh, Ivy
But
says it was Mike.
yeah, I won't tell you why.
4 days.
Because the main mission was to target spiritual encrypted encounters on YouTube. What happened 2 weeks ago? I could not add my cousin as a guest anymore because they were reporting my channel and I couldn't have the option to add a guest anymore. So yesterday was the first time I had him back on, and the things that
What happened?
there we go. I'm here. Let me send him an invite real quick. Oh, I think cousin Jessie might have lost his connection. There he is. He's coming back. There we go.
I'm so bad I kicked myself out.
And then right on here says right on our wait up. Let me see if I can get that out. You see right there?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get out, and I kicked myself out.
It's got there where it said I wasn't right on
Yeah,
her right on her thing. And I don't think that was corn on the cob. I think it's somebody else that did that on purpose to leave the message I wasn't, because I even froze. So they were trying to do something.
thank
So
you, Ivy.
I'm gonna say a little prayer right now. Heavenly Father, at this time I tie, bind, and rebuke any witchcraft and occurrences, because anybody trying to come up against us in a negative way. And whatever they're trying to do for it to go back to the sender 7 times fold. This I pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Yeah, I was trying to get it off the screen, cousin, and it kicked. It took me off the screen too.
Yeah, I don't think it's that guy right there, man. They were trying to get me to look into that. It's probably a hacker or something. Yeah.
They're trying to give you a virus by looking at the video.
Yeah. So you see, remember the video I did earlier that I said that people were targeting me? Here's a prime example of that. He put wasn't. He put wasn't. But I got a feeling I know who it is already. It's not corn on the cob.
Yeah, it
See,
doesn't give me an. It doesn't
Morgan
give me
said,
an
I
option.
think he accidentally came in here with his real profile because the next person that came in here was talking about shooting. I just happened to notice it. It was his channel. I didn't see no. I didn't see nobody talking about shooting anything. I don't know. Did you see anybody talking about shooting?
There, I took it off.
Okay, there you go.
I figured it out. Long live this dinosaur. Rawr.
Bye bye, aliases, wherever you are. We come in many troll profiles. Bye bye. Morgan says she screenshotted. How do you know it was corn on the cob, or should I say Michael, Morgan? You know what I'm saying?
No, New Texas wasn't, now ain't.
Yeah. Oh, he said that's his family's cooking channel. Well, I don't know. I don't follow him in any kind of way, shape, or form. Morgan.
No, we were trying to be cool with him, man. He's up there crying like a little girl. It's not me. It's not me.
But he had been him all this time.
Like I told you, Primo, 4 days to Corn Cob City, and he's trying to make amends. Le van a dar la mantequilla.
That's his family's cooking channel. I guess he decided to come and blame me for something, when it's, I mean, at least his son is safe with his mother,
Then he was talking to the wrong person, man. Because I'm the one that was making fun of him, not you.
Yeah. Matter of fact, a lot of people were making fun of him. I just try to stay out of it. But that's what happens when you come into a break up a nice conversation negative.
It brought this show to a screeching halt because all the momentum we have, we just went out
Oh
the
no,
window.
we had already spoken about a lot of things,
Wow, we're 4 hours
but
in, cousin.
that's part of spiritual warfare. That's an example of that.
4 hours and 19 minutes, primo.
Going strong.
Mm.
A las 4, primo. Or ya estás listo.
It's up to you. I think I can
What do
hang
you
on
think
till
about this,
4.
cousin?
I
Him all
think that
coming here, trying
he's
to act
crying like,
different, trying to pretend that it wasn't him when he has been him.
well, he knows what's gonna happen, man. He's trying to apologize, but it's a little too late, bro. Sergeant Cita is sitting there, and corporate discipline is right there. Can't have a sergeant without a corporal.
Texas Army says whatever happened is beyond corner cop. You seen how he asked me if I was mad. I'm
Ain't
Montana
nobody here,
Love,
man.
Montana Love all the time. I'm not mad at all. That's the thing, you know. I got
He said
protection all around me. Got my
he
little
was saying
selenite protection here, my faith, my love foundation,
he
my
was saying it
friends.
was somebody else that was trying to make y'all fight. Who
I
could
don't
it
know, man.
be now? It was Bigfoot. Bigfoot's trying to make y'all fight, man.
No, I think what it is, brothers and sisters, is it's a lot deeper than just corn on the cob. He makes a good couple with Chico. Oh shit.
Is Chico a dog?
Chico was that guy that she was talking about.
Hmm.
I don't know. Who's been here in the lives when we've been getting trolled like hell for all throughout the lives
Me?
for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
When I couldn't add cousin Jessie, all the trolling stopped. Right when I couldn't add him no more. I finally make a first video yesterday, and then he pops up today with a different account.
Yeah,
Trying
but
to
he popped up because he couldn't get his other accounts in here.
yeah. My sister said la cosa mala. So he messed up.
Yeah, he was upset because he couldn't get into your live. He couldn't get into your chat with his other accounts. Because what
Hey,
last week, man, on most of the lives that I was in the chat with you, remember that one day I told you I was tired, man, because I had already blocked like 20 people and had only been on for like 10, 15 minutes.
yeah.
Prima Ivy wasn't here yet, neither was a Ridge Runner. I was like just blocking constantly, man, for like 15 minutes. Blocked. I don't even know how many people, man.
So in a sense of a way, by doing the StreamYard, it got rid of the trolls.
Yeah, we don't have the audience that we had going live on YouTube, but the people that are in here, the regulars, and we don't have the show with the novela team that we're dealing with drama.
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny, te acostaste con mi hermana.
That's crazy. He's complaining to me to unblock him because he wants to continue to troll. Is that the case?
That's the way I see it.
Oh my God.
Unblock me so I can call you dirty names. Don't be making fun of my son. Of me not having my son. Bigfoot wants us to fight to the death.
You said I was making fun of him.
Mm-hmm. You weren't making fun of us. of him. We all were, but not you. You were just laughing about the stuff we were saying.
I was trying to change the subject to something else.
It was my bad. I apologize. But I do get a little.
But
I do
when
get a
you were
little
saying what you were
overprotective.
saying is because he was coming in here in a negative way, saying bad things. This is where you were responding to him the way. And I think he came in here just to see if we are going to say something bad to him so he can try to report us.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't work. You got afuera.
Still a little. I'm still a little overprotective when it comes to family, cousin. I'm never gonna change that, man.
My sister said like Guatemala. Yeah, there's a time frame between 3 and 4 in the morning when I had my encounter with the 6.
To me, that
I'm not going to say werewolves. The 6 demonic beings,
that's kind of strange, man. That he actually came in at exactly 3 o'clock, man, in the morning. At the top of the demonic hour, he came in and tried to apologize, man. That's weird to me. We started at 11, man. He had all that time to come in here and apologize, but he wants to wait to the demonic hour? Really?
And then he asked the question, are you mad? No, I'm going to take my love foundation. I don't even, I'm not going to give a spiritual opening in any kind of way. The only thing is,
we found that strange too, Morgan.
We can call him the king of the trolls, and we got eliminated him out of the picture. And we like it this way, without the trolls, or they come and trying to get us to say something bad so they can report us. It's like it's been a fun 2 days, or a fun like about a week, almost 2 weeks. No trolls.
I'm glad you recognized who he was, Morgan. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we know it was you. That's where you got blocked.
Well, I'm glad you got a chuckle out of it, Morgan.
Well, yeah, that by itself, it says wide open adventures. Adventures is something that's to come, right? Adventure. Get it? Why? That's why I was like, are you sure it's you, man? Because it said wide open adventures.
It's going to be wide open here in 4 days. It's going to be having adventures.
We got a field goal. That's what I was like. I don't think it's him. So I'm thinking somebody else, but you said that's their channel of cooking or something.
He was cooking corn on the cob with butter.
I was like, why would somebody come in with a profile that says wide open adventures? Is he seeing something in his near future? This what threw me off. It's like wide open. Maybe he's just finally settling in on them that certain things are going to happen.
Oh, he's going to be settling in, all right.
But Morgan said that that's their cooking channel or something like that.
Oh, he's going to be cooking.
I mean, that threw me off. I mean, it's late. We've been going on for a while, and it's wide open adventures. Like, what the hell? What would you come in here with a profile?
Let Tyrone get a hold of him. Let Tyrone get a hold of him. Let Tyrone get a hold of him. He will be wide open in adventures. And remember, butter is contraband. He won't have no butter in there. No, they give it to you at breakfast. The butter.
Yeah, he's saying that we haven't had trolls all this week, and then he comes in pleading to unblock them so he can continue to trolls. And I go, what kind of deal is that? We like it this way, with the peace and no trolling.
I mean,
I don't
we
know
don't
who's
have the
how
numbers
good
we were getting, but we're having good shows.
troll free. We're troll free, and we're able to say what we need to say, share our stories, answer the questions with no interference, or be constantly blocking somebody out. Let's just say, you know what you remind me of the night with the guy thought that it was Martin Kafka, right?
Wow.
The demon, just what she's talking about, the demon. So then when I said, "Oh, that's you, abnormal I," then he said he was coming to apologize. My sister said he had a bad vibe. I'm telling you, some weird things were happening today when I had at that restaurant with Brujas.
I told you
There was
about
like
that chile.
there was 8 of them. Y eran gringas. No eran mexicanas, eran gringas. All of them
Oh,
were white.
privileged white rich, privileged white bitch. I mean witches.
Where's Runner? When you need Runner, he's not nowhere around to protect the members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters.
He fell asleep. I know how that goes. When I'm in the chat, I get sleepy by 2:30. Right now, I'm wide awake, waiting till 4 so we can end on a good note.
Yep. I just want to say this to the members. Sometimes people come in that way, trying to see if they can find a spiritual opening. When he said if I was mad, I said no. Then he tried to see if I said something bad about him. I said I never said nothing about you. No, I just said that Hunter was home safely with his mother. Uh, but he was trying to find a spiritual opening, and I didn't give him the spiritual opening. He was trying to
Prima.
pretend like he was a good guy, but if he's blocked because he was trolling. It's plain and simple.
I'm a year older than Abe, Prima. Just 1 year older than Abe. You calling me old? Well, I've never. That will, how would it make me older than you, Prima? The 2 years older?
Open wide adventures. Then she said, "I'm old too."
We ain't no spring chickens like you be. Is she 1 or 2 years younger than you, cousin? Abe?
Was that
Is Beatrice 1 or 2 years younger than you?
2 years? But
Mira, esta
no,
pollita.
2 or 3 years younger than me. I can remember. No,
Wow.
2 years. Because me and Lupita are born 10 months apart.
Wow.
She catches up to me every year in December. Then I pass her
Huh.
up in February.
So Beatrice is 3 years actually? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a respectful person. It's just, man, when you're trying to do something and people come at you in a negative way constantly, I mean, the only thing you can do is defend yourself sometimes.
Yeah,
And
Morgan, he was looking for any excuse to post that we did something bad to him.
or said something back to him. And you know what? We kept her cool. I mean, like I told him, I've been telling the mods for about a week that from now on, I think like 2 days ago or yesterday, that from now on, that if Corn on the Cob comes in with any kind of accounts, we're just gonna boot him out because we don't need the drama, and whatever is on his plate that he's dealt upon himself is on him. It's not nothing dealing with us. That's why he's not
Uh,
here.
I don't remember what it was, but I think you might be right, Morgan. We were talking about Beatrice's Hatman story.
Uh, Go ahead. Who was talking about the Handman story?
Yeah, you and Beatrice, y'all were talking about the Hatman. That's what we were talking about. Beatrice said something about the Hatman, and you were remembering that when you about the Hatman.
We're talking about the Handman.
Yeah, like I said, he came in here and just took
Oh,
all.
we're talking about the man that disappeared, and then about an uncle that
Yeah,
he
the
that
dude with the goat legs.
yeah, yeah, that's what we're talking about. That was after we prayed for my uncle. It's kind of like the last time I seen him. But you see, what was weird about it, what I didn't tell my sister was this: that the resemblance that that man had, the way he looked like somebody we know from the face. There was an uncanny resemblance. The resemblance, how he looked, kind of resembled my father from the face.
Oh wow, that's
That's what I
crazy,
was
man.
speaking of. That he resembled him from the face, the way his hair was and everything. That it looked like him, like a manifestation of him or something like that.
Hmm. Yeah, I've heard that story before, man. You had never said that before. That's something new.
Yeah, I know because I don't want to, but it resembled him. I've seen him before. I think one of our windows had broken, and we had plastic on there, and I seen. I thought it was my father out there, but he was looking real weird. His hair was freaked out from up on top, and his eyes were wide open. He was just looking at me, and I thought it was my father. But then a little bit after that, he came from work, and I'm thinking that it's been that goat man or whatever you want to call him,
The soul
demon,
collector.
soul collector that's been around for a while, a form of skinwalker shapeshifter manifesting to look like the people around us. I mean, that's what I witnessed, that he kind of resembled him. Um, and he would only come once a year to visit my grandmother. There was a lot of strange activity that were happening there. There was one day I was playing with my cousin. We were playing Cowboys and Indians or Army. I had a little stick pretending it was a machine gun, and we were running around the houses, our house and my grandmother's house. Next thing you know, I'm by my grandmother's house on the side of the house, and I feel somebody grab me from the leg, and I look like that, and I see the face of my cousin, and he's telling me to go underneath the house. He's calling me to go hide underneath the house with him. So it's like I told him I'll be right back. So I'll take a running over there and go around the other side of the house. And next thing you know, I'm looking and I see my cousin in front of my house, and I'm like, look back. It's like what the? So I'll go walking real slowly, and I look. I don't see nothing there. The only thing that was underneath the house was a cat. but something was trying to get me to go underneath the house. You said he would come in a carriage at night. You remember that when they would make the whip sound with a whip, you could hear like a wayin, a carriage, like the the wagons with the wheels. You could hear it. You could hear somebody whipping the horses, and you could hear the horses, the sound of the horses. So yeah, definitely demonic because
Man,
when that would happen, there would be all kinds of noises, uh, sounds of lions, sounds of dogs, sounds of elephants, sounds of different animals that you could hear all at once, chantings and stuff like that. Uh,
I'm
it,
just
it
glad
could
I, huh?
it could have captured. It left residue behind. Um, After that event that happened, where we was hearing the whipping and different animals all night long, from like around 1 to like 4 in the morning. It was nonstop. She said, "Satanás, Maria Purísima." The following day, we went outside and there was crap, shit all over the four lots, front and back, even in front of the house, of the outside of the gate. Nothing but crap, different kinds of sizes of of uh of crap residue. You know, feet crap everywhere. Me and my brother shoveled crap all day long. We made a big pile in the backyard, and I asked my grandmother, well, how did this happen? She's like, oh, it's probably a dog that came in the yard. I said, that's a lot of crap. She's like, we're gonna lock the gates and put this, secure it. So we did that. We secured the leg, put locks on all the gates, and we put boards underneath so nothing could come underneath. Even though the fence was no gaps underneath. That night, which was it happened on a Friday, then Saturday night, same thing happened. You hear the whips and you hear the horses and you could hear cows, you could hear lions and elephants and different sounds and chanting and all night from 1 to 4. Parents were praying, we're praying all night long. Me and my brother go outside, there's crap all over the yard again. So we had to shovel that and add it to the pile of crap. This is what happened. This is what happened. When me and my brother put the last pile of crap there, it was real high. Guess what happened? Two piles of crap for 2 days. Guess what happened? Somebody
They
take a
disappeared.
guess. No,
They disappeared.
disappeared. All the crap that we shoveled disappeared. The pile went up, magically disappeared.
Could have been ectoplasm, Morgan.
No, this was literally crap. We shoveled it and it stunk and everything.
He's talking about the black stuff that was there too.
Oh, all kinds of residue around there. Sometimes, Morgan, we will find cats hanging from our back fence, cut wide open down the center, with the guts hanging out. They will hang the cat in our backyard and cut it open from the center. It's like we would always find those cats like almost every week, man. We would find dead cats being gutted that way.
Those different kinds of crap. Experience. The lions and tigers and bears. Oh my.
different sizes of manure or crap, whatever you want to call it, of different animals. If you would have been there to hear how bad it sounded, of so many different sounds of animals, you would have been freaked out yourselves. We were just kids, man. We're still in elementary when all these things was happening. This is like in the 70s. And you could hear in Spanish it's called a wayin, the wagon, and you could you could hear the whip, you could hear the horses. Then you start hearing all kinds of different animals and sounds of tigers, lions, said elephants, and like, like different sounds, very loud. I'm thinking it's because of my grandmother and grandfather, possibly, or only God knows, man. It was just pure evil that was there that night. There was noises like if, like man, like strange noises, even other noises than besides the animals. Like if something was opening up and closing, loud sounds, just a lot of activity, and we were just praying and praying and praying.
Still,
Just
still, cousin. Still,
huh?
you were the last person to live in that house, and there was still a lot of activity. Man, that place was really haunted.
Yeah.
Wow.
Uh, yeah, still there is still activity there till this day. We're talking about the house in Raymondville.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the day that I seen that the demon up in the attic looking down at me, I could see the eyes glowing, looking at me. By the time I went from the last room to the front room, it had possessed my father. His eyes were rolled back wide. He's talking a different language, and freaking, you could literally tell he's possessed. My brother comes and he's like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Vámonos, vámonos." My bro, "Vámonos de aquí. Let's get the fuck out of here." We go out there. We go outside. You can hear women chanting like a seance. He's like, "It's daylight. You hear that? You hear that?" So vámonos, vámonos. So we get in the vehicle. We're driving out of town. We're by the Texaco already. And I look at my brother and I was like, "Bro, this is like a long time ago. This is like in 2016 probably, or I don't know, maybe sooner, 2014." And I told him, I can't remember what year it was because our aunt called us to go clean his house because it was a horde. I said, "I never ran away from a spiritual fight." And he said, "What are we gonna do?" So just go over there and we're gonna fight with the Love Foundation. If we see something surface up where he gets possessed again, we're gonna tie bind and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. When we got there, he was just sitting in the yard like if nothing. You're like, "Hey," you don't even know what happened to him. And then my brother, he got off and he's like, "I was just coming to tell you, it was nice seeing you, goodbye," or trying to stay positive. But we didn't hear the chanting anymore, nothing like that. But that was the last time that I've been there. I haven't gone back to that house.
Does your dad still live there?
No, he lives in the nursing home.
Wow.
I don't know. I think that he signed the paperwork or the deed for that house over to the people that are taking care of him. I don't want to do nothing with it, man.
Wow.
Something like that. I can't remember. Too much activity
Yo,
there.
whoever moves in there is gonna be in for a rude awakening. Or maybe when your dad passes, everything that's there will just leave. Maybe he was the cause of the whole thing.
Yeah, a lot of crazy events that will happen that we experienced. A lot of double hangers where the shadow figures will mimic like our brothers and sisters and stuff like that. One time I remember I was playing with my sister in the last room. When I go walk to the front room, she was coming from outside the house with my other sister.
Oh, wow.
Like a lot of like that would happen. Same thing that happened with when I thought it was my cousin calling telling me to go hide underneath the house with him, and it wasn't my cousin. Whatever's there is pure evil that it can mimic us. That happened to my sister. That she can vouch for that. Uh, the story that she was saying where she was mad with her husband and that she seen check it out. She seen him pull up. She seen the headlights of the vehicle and she was real mad. And she seen him in the vehicle when she stepped outside to go bitch him out. There was nobody outside, but she seen him through the window and he pulled up and everything. That whatever is there, this is so pure evil that it can manifest to look like a vehicle, and it has a lot of control of
Wow.
that area.
You never
See,
know, cousin B. Maybe when your dad passes, with all that evil that's there, it might be tied to him, and it'll all just go with him. That's
so
always an
'cause I
option.
remember it's like when I was a kid that I would play that like the day I was playing, it seemed like it was my sister. It looked like her, but then when I go to the front room and she cuts coming from outside the house, I was like, "What the hell?" I go to the back room and she's it's not there no more. So he had the ability to manifest to look like us.
So
I'm
okay.
thinking, to my understanding of what I hear, that land where we're at used to be a cemetery at one point in time. How true that is, I don't know. All I know is sometimes I would see there's a lot of shadow figures in that property.
There was more than one entity there, exuberance. There was more than one entity there. There was a lot of different entities that would appear at that house, man. So we can't specifically bring it down to one entity.
Too much activity, man. The Smiley Man was one of the activities that was there. We had something. There was a peeping tom with red eyes. There was always in the last room peeping in. There was a dark shadow spirit peeping in, looking when you would take a shower. They would
Through the
be there,
window.
all in black. Yeah. So yeah, all like shadows. Shit, I remember one time when we were praying and where anywhere I stepped, you could hear pounding underneath the house because our house was on pillars. It was a wooden floor, the old wood, and you could hear something hit underneath us. We're standing. When activity would pick up, when the brujas would come, and the lechusas were out there making their noise with their talons. Sometimes you would hear somebody running from the last room in full speed to the front room, and it would stop right there by the door. And we're all in the first room because all the activity that's happening, uh, pounding on the walls, the wiggling of the doors, pounding on the walls of the doors, the walls, the windows, scratches. the laughing, and then when you start hearing the activity inside the house, dishes start flying. Dishes are flying, glasses are flying because they infiltrated the house. So the only thing we can do is just pray, pray and pray and pray and pray and pray. But it was pretty bad. A lot of shadows, yeah. Obviously, one that would follow us when we go to the store on the bike. It would chase us from. It would come from running from the yard and chase me and my brother to the quick mart all the time when we were growing up. It'd be running right behind us.
Yes, exuberance. It was really bad. It was really bad. And then what was even worse was there were no adults in the house. It was just teenagers. So yeah, it was an experience, man.
There was one day I was working out with my weights, and my sisters were inside the house, with the kids, or with my younger brother and sister, and I went inside to drink some water. I went there, drank me a glass of water. When I was stepping back outside, I tripped over something on the front
Oh shit,
porch or on the front steps. I started going like this because I landed on my knees and it was hurting. It was a baby donkey head. I
wow.
looked at my hands, I had blood, and I didn't want them to see it, so I grabbed the donkey head and took it to the alley and put it underneath some branches so they wouldn't see it. And I went outside to the water hose and I cleaned my hand with the blood that was in my hand. So I went after I did that. I just I didn't tell them nothing about it because I didn't want them to get scared. So I finished my workout. Next thing you know, we had like those we had like five dogs, and they're all just standing in the street. And I went, they wouldn't come. I whistled. They're very obedient. They wouldn't come. And then as I go to the gate, I see there's a black dog in between them. They're just like frozen. The dog walks, stands right in front of me, in front of the gate, looking at me. Then he just turns around and walks away. And when he passes them, walks away from them, and then went like this again. They all came running to me, but he had full control of the dogs, full control of them.
Hi, Shade King. Hi, Shade Viking. I'm sorry.
My sister said the witches will come at night in the backyard. Yeah, it was a witch and a warlock. The warlock had will wear a red druid like thing, garment, and the women were dressed in black garments, la brujas. So it was a warlock, and a witches. She said with red eyes, still pointing straight up. Yes, the black dog that will come with the red eyes. A lot of activity there, brothers and sisters. Like a cloak. Just we've been through a lot, but I think we should call it a night, cause porque descanses.
Well, it's
Uh,
almost 5 hours, man.
dang. We just got
We've been on
started.
for 4:59.
Maybe we can talk about this that we talked at the end tomorrow. Of the activity that was happening there,
Part two.
part two. But in saying that, I want to say good night to everybody that's here. You see that Beatrice is wide awake right now. That
Mm-hmm.
dog would be with the man with a top hat. Yeah, the man with the top hat with red eyes. I would see him. I ran into him. with ran into that man with the black dog on that night when
Wow.
he lost her mother. He was out there. That the dog chased me, but I believe because he was gliding there coming after me. But when I got into town, I turned around and it was a black dog with the red eyes with a tail pointing straight up in the air. That was right there. But we can talk about that tomorrow.
Good night, Prima. I love you more. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow night.
I
Five
hope
hours on
everybody
the dot.
had a good show. We'll have a part two of what we're discussing, talk more in depth, because we're just talking lightly about it, but we can talk more in depth about it.
That sounds like a vampire, Ivy.
Person doesn't appear on a video, or are they a witch? Uh, what do you think about that one, cousin?
I just told her I think it might be a Nosferatu. They don't come
Nosferatu?
out in mirrors or in on video.
Because they're in spirit form.
Mm-hmm. Not trying to scare you, Prima Ivy. Just that's they don't cast a they don't cast a shadow or they can't be seen on camera. It's got to be a Nosferatu. They don't come out in mirrors or on video.
Well, you know somebody like that, Sister Ivy? That'll be a topic tomorrow. We can talk about this and the Nosferatu.
Yes, sir. Good night to
You say
everybody. May you be blessed, and I will see you tomorrow.
buenas noches, or should I say good morning because it's already morning. Thank you all for tuning in. God bless every single one of y'all. Like I would say, always maintain your love foundation.
All right, cousin. We'll see you tomorrow.
So let me
Órale.
finish the stream here. Buenas noches, everybody. Or should I say good morning. Peace out, Holistic Missionary. Check out the replay, brother.